There's a version of you that exists in complete darkness, not because it's evil, not because it's twisted or broken or wrong, but because you've spent your entire life making sure no one, including yourself, ever sees it. Carl Jung discovered that. This hidden self holds the key to everything you've been searching for. Your creativity, your power, your purpose, your peace, everything you want, is locked inside the part of yourself you've been running from. Imagine standing in front of a mirror, but only half your face is lit. The other half disappears into shadow. You can see your smile, your eyes, the face you show the world, but the other side, pure darkness. Most people spend their entire lives looking only at the lit side. They perfect it, polish it, make it acceptable, beautiful, safe. They never turn to face what's hidden in the dark. But here's what Jung understood. The darkness isn't empty. It's not nothing. It's you, the rest of you, the half you forgot, the half you rejected, the half you were told wasn't allowed to exist. And that half has been waiting, patient, silent, powerful, growing, in the dark. By the end of this journey, you'll understand why the parts of yourself you've rejected, the qualities you've denied, the emotions you've buried, are actually your gateway to becoming whole. Not perfect, not fixed, whole. There's a difference, and Jung spent his entire life trying to show us that difference, because he knew something that most people never discover. You're not broken. You've never been broken. You're just incomplete. And the missing pieces, they're closer than you think. But before we can understand what the shadow is, before we can talk about integration or transformation or becoming whole, we need to understand something crucial. We need to understand why you created it. In the first place, because you did create it, not consciously, not deliberately, but you created it nonetheless. And it started earlier than you think. Every child is born whole. Watch a toddler for 5 minutes and you'll see it. They cry when they're sad. They laugh when they're happy. They scream when they're angry. They dance when they feel joy. There's no filter, no performance, no mask. They express everything, feel everything, are everything. A child doesn't say, I shouldn't feel this. They just feel it, fully, completely, without shame. But then something happens. The world starts teaching them which parts of themselves are acceptable and which parts are dangerous. Stop crying. Big boys don't cry. Don't be so loud. Good. Girls are quiet. Stop being so sensitive. Why can't you be more like your sister? You're too much. You're not enough. Every single one of these messages, delivered by parents who often love their children deeply, by teachers who think they're helping, by a culture that has its own ideas about who you should be. Every single one of these messages creates a split, a fracture in the self. The child learns, this part of me is loved, this part of me is rejected, this part is safe, this part is dangerous, this part I can show, this part I must hide. And so the hiding begins, not as a conscious decision. Children don't sit down and think, I'm going to repress my authentic self now. It happens naturally, automatically, as a survival mechanism, because to a child, Rejection from caregivers feels like death. Their survival depends on connection, on belonging, on being loved. So when a part of them threatens that connection, when expressing anger gets them punished, when showing fear makes them weak, when being too happy annoys the adults, that part gets pushed down, locked away, hidden in a place where it can't cause problems. Jung called this place the shadow. But think of it like this. Imagine you're a child and you have a basement in your inner house. Every time you express something that gets rejected, something that causes pain or punishment or disconnection, you take that part of yourself and you put it in the basement. You thought you were cleaning up, becoming better, more acceptable, more lovable, but really, you were creating a prisoner. The angry child who gets punished for tantrums learns to lock anger in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't set boundaries, who lets people walk all over them, who swallows rage until it turns into depression. The sensitive child who gets mocked for crying learns to lock vulnerability in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't connect, who feels nothing, who everyone describes as cold. The creative child who gets told to stop daydreaming and focus on real work learns to lock imagination in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who feels dead inside, who traded their soul for a salary, who can't remember the last time they felt truly alive. The wild child who gets told to sit still, be quiet, stop causing trouble, locks their authentic energy in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who's always exhausted, always performing, always pretending to be someone they're not. And here's the thing that breaks your heart. Once you see it, you didn't choose any of this. You were just a child, trying to survive in a world that couldn't hold all of you. You weren't bad for hiding parts of yourself. You were smart. You were adapting. You were doing exactly what you needed to do to stay safe. But what worked then is destroying you now, because those parts didn't disappear. The anger you locked away, still there. The sadness you buried, still there. The creativity you abandoned, the wildness you tamed, the power you denied, all still there, living in the basement of your psyche, growing in the dark. And Jung discovered something that changes everything about how we understand ourselves. He discovered that the shadow isn't just made of the bad stuff. It's not a garbage dump of our worst qualities. It's a vault, a treasure chest, a locked room full of gold. Because when you were a child, you didn't just hide your rage and your fear and your shame. You hid your gifts, too. Think about it. The child who was told they were too loud, they didn't just lock away noise, they locked away their voice, their leadership, their ability to take up space and command attention. The child who was told they were too sensitive, they didn't just lock away tears. They locked away empathy, intuition, the ability to feel deeply and connect authentically. The child who was told to stop being so creative and get serious, they didn't just lock away daydreams, they locked away genius, innovation, the capacity to see what others can't see, every quality you were shamed for, every trait you were told to hide, every part of yourself you learned was unacceptable. Those weren't flaws, they were powers, and you've been living without them for years, maybe decades. Half a person looking in the mirror, seeing only the acceptable side, wondering why life feels so empty, so exhausting, so not quite right. It's because you're trying to live a full life with half of yourself, and the other half, it's been waiting in the darkness, not patiently anymore, because the shadow doesn't just sit there. It doesn't just wait quietly in the basement while you go about your acceptable life. Carl Jung said that we don't have a shadow. We are shadowed by what we won't acknowledge. And that shadow, it's been running your life from the darkness. Every time you meet someone and instantly dislike them for no clear reason, that's your shadow. You're seeing in them what you've denied in yourself. Every time you have an inexplicable emotional reaction that seems too big for the situation, that's your shadow. The feelings you locked away are leaking out. Every time you sabotage yourself right before success. Every time you pick the same toxic partner with a different face. Every time you make a choice that goes against everything you claim to want, that's your shadow. Operating the controls, making decisions, steering your life, and you're just rationalizing, making up stories about why you do what you do, never seeing the real puppet master pulling the strings from the basement. But here's the crucial thing. Jung understood. The shadow isn't your enemy. It's not some demon that needs to be slayed. Not some darkness that needs to be eliminated. It's you, the parts of you that you abandoned, the child you locked away, the gifts you rejected, the power you denied, and it's been trying to get your attention for years, through dreams, through symptoms, through the same painful patterns repeating over and over again. It's not punishing you. It's calling to you. Come back. Come home. Remember me. Reclaim me. Become whole. Most people never hear this call, or they hear it and they run. They distract. They numb. They build the persona even stronger, create an even more acceptable mask, hide the shadow even deeper. But you're here. You're listening, and that means something is ready to change, because Jung discovered that there comes a moment in some people's lives, a moment when the persona cracks, when the mask slips, when the basement door flies open and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out. It usually happens during crisis, loss, breakdown, the ending of something you thought defined you. And in that moment, you have a choice. You can run. Try to stuff everything back in the basement. Rebuild the mask. Go back to the half-life. Or you can turn. You can face what's been in the darkness. You can finally look at the other half of your face in the mirror. And when you do that, when you choose to see what you've been hiding, everything changes. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone complete. You stop running from half of yourself. You stop using all your energy to maintain the mask, to keep the basement locked, to pretend you're only the acceptable parts. And suddenly, that energy, it's available for actually living, for creating, for loving, for becoming who you actually are instead of who you thought you had to be. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because before you can integrate the shadow, before you can reclaim what you've lost, before you can become whole, you have to understand what's actually in that basement. You have to see how deep it goes, how much you've hidden, how long it's been controlling you without your knowledge. And you have to understand something, that Jung knew would shock most people. The shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. It goes deeper, much deeper, into your family, your culture, your species, the basement of your psyche. It connects to basements you didn't even know existed. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your father's buried grief, your culture's collective denial, your species' forgotten instincts, all of it living in the shadow, all of it trying to get your attention, all of it waiting to be seen. But first you have to see your own, the personal shadow, the parts of you that you rejected, the child who learned to hide. And you'd have to ask yourself a question that Jung believed was the most important question of your life. Who would I be if I stopped hiding? Not who should I be? Not who do others want me to be? Not who is it safe to be. Who would I be? If I was whole? If the angry part came home? If the sensitive part was welcomed? If the creative part was celebrated? If the wild part was freed? Who would I be if I stopped fragmenting myself to fit into boxes that were never meant to hold me? That question, that's where the journey begins. Not with answers, with questions, with curiosity, with the courage to look at what you've been afraid to see. And Jung knew something else, something crucial. You can't think your way into wholeness. You can't analyze your shadow from a safe distance and expect transformation. You have to feel it, meet it, dialogue with it, bring it into the light, not to destroy it, but to integrate it, to say, you're not my enemy, you're me, the part of me I forgot, the part I rejected, the part I need. Come home. But what does that actually look like? How do you meet something that's been hidden for so long? How do you integrate what you've spent your whole life running from? And more importantly, what happens when you do? What happens when the basement door opens? When the rejected parts come flooding back? When you finally see the whole face in the mirror, light and dark together? Jung discovered that this moment, this meeting with the shadow, it changes everything. Not just who you are, but what becomes possible. The life you can live, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the peace you can feel, all of it locked behind one simple act. Turning to face the darkness, and discovering it was never darkness at all. It was just you, waiting in the shadows, waiting to be seen, waiting to come home. There's a story Jung loved to tell about alchemy. Ancient alchemists spent their lives trying to turn lead into gold. They worked in darkness with fire and strange substances, chasing transformation. Most people thought they were fools, chasing an impossible dream. But Jung understood what they were really doing. They weren't trying to transform metal. They were trying to transform themselves. The lead was the rejected self, the heavy, dark, worthless parts they carried in shame, the gold. That was what those parts could become, what they always were, what they'd been all along, hidden under layers of judgment and fear. And here's the secret that changes everything about how you understand your shadow. What you locked in the basement wasn't garbage. It was gold, disguised as lead, rejected as worthless, hidden in shame, but gold nonetheless. Let me show you what I mean. Think about the people you admire most in the world, not celebrities, not distant figures, but the people in your actual life who captivate you, who seem to possess some quality that draws you in. Maybe it's someone's confidence, the way they walk into a room and everyone notices, the way they speak their truth without apology. Maybe it's someone's creativity, the way they see possibilities everywhere, the way they turn ordinary moments into art. Maybe it's someone's passion, the way they commit fully to what they love, the way they burn bright instead of playing it safe. Maybe it's someone's vulnerability, the way they're real, raw, undefended, and somehow that makes them stronger, not weaker. Whatever quality it is, write it down in your mind right now, because Jung discovered something that will blow your mind. Every quality you deeply admire in someone else ... is a quality that lives in your shadow. Read that again. If you weren't capable of that quality, you wouldn't recognize it. You wouldn't be drawn to it. You wouldn't feel that magnetic pull. You see it in them because it exists in you, but you buried it. You were told it was wrong, too much, not appropriate, not you, so you locked it away. And now you project it onto others. You see in them what you've denied in yourself. The quiet person who admires the bold speaker, they have boldness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to be silent, to not make waves, to shrink. The serious person who's drawn to playful, spontaneous people, they have playfulness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to grow up, be responsible, stop being childish. The logical person who's fascinated by emotional, intuitive people, they have emotional depth in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told feelings were weak, irrational, dangerous. Dangerous, this is what Jung called the golden shadow, not the darkness you fear, not the rage or the shame or the pain, but the light, the power, the gifts, all the qualities you needed to survive. You had to hide, and now you're living half a life, admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. But here's where it gets even more interesting, because the shadow doesn't just contain individual qualities. It contains entire selves, entire ways of being that you abandoned to become acceptable. Jung called these the anima and animus, the feminine in men, the masculine in women. But it goes deeper than gender. It's about the parts of your psyche you rejected to fit into the box society gave you. The man who was told real men don't cry, don't create, don't nurture, don't feel. He locked away his anima, his receptivity, his creativity, his emotional intelligence, his capacity for deep relationship. And now he's successful, powerful, respected, and completely dead inside, because he's living with half of his humanity. The acceptable half, the masculine half, the half that produces and achieves and controls, but the other half, the half that feels and connects and creates meaning, locked in the basement. He sees it in women and calls it weakness. Or he idealizes it, puts women on pedestals, expects them to carry all the emotional depth he won't access in himself. Either way, he's not whole. The woman who is told real women are soft, agreeable, nice, supportive, she locked away her animus, her assertiveness, her ambition, her healthy aggression, her capacity to take up space and claim power, and now she's loved, needed, everyone calls her kind, and she's exhausted, resentful, invisible, because she's living with half of her humanity, the acceptable half, the nurturing half, the half that gives and supports and accommodates, but the other half, the half that claims and demands and refuses to shrink. Locked in the basement, she sees it in men and calls it toxic. Or she's drawn to powerful men, expects them to carry all the strength she won't access in herself. Either way, she's not whole. This is the trap, the split, the lie that our culture tells us, that you have to choose, masculine or feminine, strong or soft, logical or emotional, wild or civilized. But Jung knew the truth. You're not one or the other. You're both. You've always been both, and the half you rejected, it's not gone. It's in the basement, waiting to be reclaimed. But let's go deeper, because the golden shadow isn't just about big archetypal qualities. It's in the small things too. The everyday ways you've diminished yourself, the person who always plays. It's safe. They have risk-taking in their shadow. It was locked away when they were punished for making mistakes, for being too adventurous, for coloring outside the lines. The person who's always busy, always productive, they have rest in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that their worth came from doing, not being. The person who gives endlessly to others, they have healthy selfishness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told that wanting things for themselves was bad, that good people sacrifice. The person who's always rational, always controlled, they have wildness in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that losing control meant losing love. See the pattern? Every strength taken too far becomes a prison. Every virtue becomes a cage. And on the other side of that cage, the quality that would set you free. The people pleaser needs healthy anger. The controller needs surrender. The analyzer needs to feel. The feeler needs to think. But they can't access these things because they're in the shadow, labeled as bad, dangerous, not me, and so they stay trapped, half themselves, exhausted from maintaining the acceptable version, never knowing that freedom is right there, in the basement, in the qualities they've spent their whole life rejecting. Jung saw this pattern everywhere, in his patients, in himself, in culture, and he started to understand something radical. What if mental illness wasn't just about having too much of something bad? What if it was about having too little of something good? The depressed person doesn't just need to eliminate negative thoughts. They need to reclaim the anger they buried. The healthy aggression that says no, that sets boundaries, that fights for their life. The anxious person doesn't just need to calm down. They need to reclaim the trust they lost, the ability to surrender control, to let life happen, to stop trying, to micromanage everything. The addicted person doesn't just need to stop using. They need to reclaim the wildness they're trying to find in substances. The ecstasy, the transcendence, the feeling of being fully alive. The numb person doesn't just need better coping strategies. They need to reclaim the feelings they shut down, the grief, the rage, the joy they couldn't safely feel. Every symptom pointing to a part of the self that's been locked away. Every dysfunction revealing a gift that's been rejected. Every pattern of suffering. A map to the gold in the basement, This is why Jung said that neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering. You're suffering anyway, through symptoms, through patterns, through the exhaustion of being half yourself. But it substitutes suffering. Suffering that doesn't transform you. Suffering that just keeps you stuck. The legitimate suffering. That's the pain of facing what you've hidden, of reclaiming what you've rejected, of becoming whole. And most people will do anything to avoid it. They'll suffer for decades through depression, anxiety, addiction, numbness. Anything except the one thing that would actually set them free. Turning to face the shadow, opening the basement door, reclaiming the gold. But here's what makes this so hard. The qualities in your shadow don't feel like gold. They feel like lead. They feel dangerous, wrong, shameful, because that's what you were taught. That's the conditioning. That's why you locked them away in the first place. So when you start to sense them, when they start to emerge, you're whole. System screams. No, the people pleaser who starts to feel anger, terrified, convinced they're becoming a bad person. The controller who starts to surrender, panicking, convinced they're losing themselves. The rational person who starts to feel deeply overwhelmed, convinced they're going crazy. The nice person who starts to claim their power, guilty, convinced they're being selfish, and so they stuff it back down. Lock the door again. Go back to the familiar prison, because at least in the prison they know who they are. They know the rules. They know how to survive. Out there, with all of themselves. That's unknown territory, and the unknown is terrifying. But Jung knew something that changes the whole game. He knew that you can't integrate the shadow by willpower, by forcing it, by trying to become someone you're not. You integrate it by recognizing it, by seeing it clearly, by understanding that what you thought was darkness, was actually light all along. You integrate it by shifting the story from this is bad and I need to eliminate it, to this is me and I need to reclaim it, from I'm broken and these parts prove it, to I'm incomplete and these parts complete me, from this is my weakness, to this is my power and I've been living without it. That shift, that's everything. Because once you see the gold for what it is, once you understand that what you locked away wasn't garbage but treasure, the whole journey changes. You're not going into the basement to fight demons. You're going in to rescue the parts of yourself you abandoned. You're not integrating darkness. You're reclaiming light. And that makes all the difference. Because the shadow stops being something to fear and becomes something to welcome. Not all at once, not easily, but inevitably. Think about the artist who became an accountant, locked their creativity away because they were told art wasn't practical, wasn't real work, wasn't going to pay the bills, and now they're successful, stable, safe, and something inside them is dying. They see creative people and feel what? Envy, dismissiveness, fascination, resentment, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them through every artist they meet, through every museum they can't help but visit, through every moment they feel dead inside, but they can't hear it. because they're convinced creativity is for other people. Not for them. They made their choice. They're not an artist, except they are. They always were. They just locked that self in the basement, and the accountant self they're living. It's not wrong. It's just incomplete. What would happen if they reclaimed the artist? Not by quitting their job and starving, but by integrating the creative self into their life, by making space for both numbers and paint, logic and imagination, structure and flow. That's wholeness, not choosing, including or think. About the warrior who became passive, locked their healthy aggression away because they were told fighting was bad, standing up for yourself was mean, protecting your boundaries was selfish, and now they're kind, agreeable, everyone likes them, and everyone walks all over them. They see assertive people and feel what? Judgment, fear, secret admiration, disgust, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them. Through every boundary violation, through every moment they say yes when they mean no, through every relationship where they give and give until they're empty, but they can't access it, because they're convinced aggression is toxic, fighting is bad. They're not that kind of person, except they could be, if they reclaimed the warrior, not the toxic version they were warned about, but the healthy version, the part that says no, that defends, that fights for what matters, that stands their ground. That's not violence, that's vitality, and without it, they're not peaceful, they're just exhausted. This is what Jung meant by the golden shadow. Everything you need is already inside you. You just forgot, or you were taught to forget, and now you're living like a millionaire who thinks they're broke, like someone with a vault full of treasure who's convinced they have nothing. The key is right there in your pocket. It's always been there. You just have to turn it. Open the door, walk into the basement, and see what's really there. Not monsters, not demons, not the darkness you feared, but you. The parts of you that you rejected, the qualities you denied, the self you abandoned, waiting, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And when you bring them home, when you integrate what you've projected, when you reclaim what you've rejected, that's when the real transformation begins. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone whole. You stop admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. You stop projecting your gold onto people and then resenting them for having what you don't. You stop fragmenting your energy between maintaining the persona and suppressing the shadow, and suddenly, all that energy, it's available for creating, for living, for becoming. But we're still just scratching the surface, because the golden shadow is only part of the story. There's another part, a darker part, the part that isn't gold disguised as lead. It's the part that actually is lead. The rage, the shame, the parts you locked away not because they were gifts, but because they were dangerous. And those parts, they're not waiting patiently in the basement. They're active. They're running the show. They're controlling your life from the shadows. And until you see them, until you face them, until you understand how they've been pulling the strings, ... You're not free. You're a puppet, and the shadow is the puppet master. and it's time to cut the strings. You think you're in control of your life. You think the choices you make are yours, the relationships you choose, the patterns you repeat, the way you react when someone pushes your buttons. You think it's you, making conscious decisions, steering your life in the direction you want to go. But Jung discovered something terrifying. Most of what you do, most of what you choose, most of who you think you are, isn't coming from you at all. It's coming from the basement, from the parts you locked away, the emotions you buried, the wounds you never healed, the aspects of yourself you refuse to acknowledge. They didn't disappear when you hid them. They didn't fade away because you stopped looking. They grew. They organized. They learned to operate in the dark. And now, they're running the show. You're not the director of your life. You're the puppet and the shadow. The shadow is pulling the strings. Let me show you how this works. Think about the last time someone really triggered you. Someone said something, did something, and you had a reaction that was way bigger than the situation called for. Maybe someone criticized you and you spiraled for days. Maybe someone didn't text back and you felt abandoned. Maybe someone succeeded, where you failed and you felt rage disguised as judgment. In the moment, it felt justified. They were wrong. They hurt you. They deserved your reaction. But here's what Jung understood. If the reaction is bigger than the situation, it's not about the situation. It's about the shadow. Something in what happened touched something you buried. Something you won't look at. Something you've been running from. And the shadow reacted. Not you. The shadow. The part of you that's still 5 years old and desperate for approval. The part that's still 13 and terrified of rejection. The part that's still 17 and convinced you're not good enough. That part doesn't live in the past. It lives in your shadow, and it's active right now, making decisions, controlling reactions, running patterns without your conscious awareness. This is what Jung meant when he said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You think it's fate that you keep choosing the same kind of partner, the one who abandons you, the one who criticizes you, the one who needs saving. It's not fate, it's the shadow. Recreating the original wound, trying to resolve it, failing, and trying again. You think it's fate that you sabotage yourself right before success, that you get sick right before the big opportunity, that you blow up the relationship right when it gets good. It's not fate, it's the shadow. The part that learned you're not worthy, that doesn't believe you deserve it, that feels safer in familiar pain than unknown joy. You think it's fate that you're stuck in patterns you can see but can't change, that you know what you should do, but you can't do it, that you understand yourself intellectually but nothing transforms. It's not fate. It's the shadow. Understanding doesn't change the shadow. You can't think your way out of what you won't feel your way through. And the shadow, it communicates through feeling, through body, through compulsion, through the things you do that make no logical sense but feel utterly necessary in the moment. Jung called these autonomous complexes, parts of your psyche that split off, developed their own agendas, their own logic, their own power. They're not you. But they're not you either. They're fragments, younger versions, wounded parts, exiled selves, and they have more control than you want to admit. Think about it like this. You're not one unified self. You're a collection of selves, and most of them you disowned. There's the part that wants to be loved, the part that's terrified of being hurt, the part that wants to succeed, the part that's convinced you'll fail, the part that wants connection, the part that pushes everyone away. In a healthy psyche, these parts talk to each other, they integrate, they work together under the guidance of a mature self. But in most people, these parts are at war, and the parts you rejected, the ones in the shadow, they're saboteurs, not because they're evil, but because they're trying to protect you using strategies that worked when you were 7, but destroy you now. The part that learned love equals pain is still protecting you by making sure you never get close enough to be hurt, by choosing unavailable people, by leaving before they can leave you. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually keeping you alone. The part that learned your worth comes from achievement. It's still protecting you by driving you harder, never letting you rest, convincing you that if you stop, you'll be worthless. It thinks it's keeping you valuable. It's actually killing you. The part that learned conflict equals danger. It's still protecting you by making you agreeable, compliant, invisible. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually erasing you. See the pattern? Every shadow part has a positive intention, a protective function, a reason it exists, but it's operating with outdated information, child logic, survival strategies that don't work anymore, and you can't negotiate with it. You can't convince it. You can't outsmart it, because it's not listening to your conscious mind. It's running on automatic, deep in the basement, pulling the strings. This is why therapy fails for so many people. Why self-help doesn't work. Why you can read every book, attend every workshop, understand yourself perfectly, and still not change. Because you're trying to change from the conscious mind, and the conscious mind isn't in charge. The shadow is, and the shadow doesn't respond to logic. It responds to recognition, to being seen, to being felt. But most people won't do that, won't go there, won't feel what they've been avoiding, so they stay stuck, and they blame themselves, call themselves weak, broken, unfixable. They're not. They're just trying to change the wrong part. You can't fix the shadow. You can only integrate it. Bring it into the light. Let it speak. Let it be seen, and that requires something most people aren't willing to do. It requires you to stop identifying as the conscious self and start admitting that you're more than that, bigger than that, more complex than the story you tell about who you are. It requires you to say, I am not just the good person. I am also the part that rages. I am not just the strong person. I am also the part that's terrified. I am not just the rational person. I am also the part that's wild. I am all of it. And right now, I'm being run by the parts I won't admit exist. Jung saw this most clearly in projection. Projection is the shadow's favorite tool, its primary operating system. You see in others what you won't see in yourself, the person who constantly criticizes others for being fake. They're projecting. There's a part of them that feels inauthentic, that wears masks, that they won't acknowledge. The person who's obsessed with calling out. Narcissists. They're projecting. There's a part of them that's self-centered, that wants attention, that they've deemed unacceptable. The person who judges others for being weak, too sensitive, too emotional. They're projecting. There's a vulnerable part of themselves they've rejected, and they attack it in others. This is how the shadow controls you without you knowing. It takes what you can't own and puts it on someone else. And then you react to them with an intensity that has nothing to do with them and everything to do with you. You're not seeing them. You're seeing your shadow, externalized, walking around outside you, and you're attacking it out there because you won't integrate it in here, Jung said. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. But most people don't want to understand. They want to be right. They want the other person to be the problem. Because if the problem is out there, you don't have to look in here. You don't have to face what you've been running from. But here's the thing. The people who trigger you, they're mirrors, showing you what you won't see, and you'll keep attracting them, keep encountering them, keep having the same conflicts with different people until you get it, until you stop looking at the mirror and start looking at what the mirror is showing you, your shadow, operating, controlling, running the show. And it's not just individuals. It's whole cultures, whole societies. Jung saw this most clearly in Germany, in the rise of fascism, in the collective possession by shadow material, a whole culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization, had locked away the violent, tribal, irrational parts of themselves, and those parts didn't disappear. They grew in the collective basement. They organized, they waited, and then they erupted through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who gave voice to the shadow, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed, because the shadow, when it's denied long enough, doesn't whisper. It screams, it doesn't suggest. It possesses, and what you won't integrate consciously, you'll act out unconsciously, individually, collectively. It doesn't matter. The mechanism is the same. Deny the darkness, and it doesn't go away. It waits, it gathers power, and then it takes over. This is why Jung was so urgent about shadow work, why he saw it as not just personal healing, but collective necessity, because a world full of people who don't know their own darkness, who project it onto others, who are being run by unconscious forces they won't acknowledge. That world is dangerous. That world goes to war, scapegoats, minorities, demonizes the other, destroys itself. All because individuals won't do the one thing that would change everything. Turn around, face the darkness, own it, integrate it, not because it's noble, but because it's necessary for your own liberation and for everyone around you. But let's bring this back to you, to your life, to the puppet strings you can't see. How do you know when the shadow is running you? Jung gave us clues, symptoms, patterns to watch for. Repetition. When you keep having the same experience with different people, that's the shadow. Same abandonment, same betrayal, same feeling of not being enough. The people change. The pattern doesn't, because the pattern isn't about them. It's about the shadow part that's orchestrating the whole thing. Disproportionate emotion, When your reaction is bigger than the situation, that's the shadow. When someone's small comment ruins your week. When a minor rejection feels like annihilation. When success feels dangerous instead of joyful. That's not about what's happening. That's about what happened. The old wound activated. The shadow part triggered. The past playing out in the present, compulsion. When you know you shouldn't do something, but you do it anyway. When you watch yourself make the choice that will hurt you and you can't stop. That's not weakness. That's the shadow, operating below consciousness, following its own logic, protecting you in ways that destroy you. Addiction to substances, to behaviors, to people. When you can't stop even though you want to. When the thing that's killing you is the thing you can't live without. That's the shadow, trying to fill the void, trying to numb the pain, trying to give you what you won't give yourself. Dreams, especially the recurring ones, the ones where you're being chased, falling, showing up unprepared, losing something precious. Those aren't random, they're messages from the shadow, trying to show you what you won't see while you're awake. And projection, always projection. When you have strong reactions to people, when you judge them intensely, when you're fascinated or repulsed, ... that single quote's the shadow, showing itself to you, in them. So what do? When you realize you're being run by forces you can't see. When you understand that the conscious you is not in charge. Most people panic, try to assert more control, work harder at being good, strengthen the persona, lock the basement door tighter. But that doesn't work. That's what created the problem in the first place. The answer isn't more control. It's less, or rather, a different kind. Not controlling what's in the shadow, but consciously relating to it. Not fighting the puppet master, but turning to face it and asking, who are you? What do you want? What are you trying to protect me from? Because the shadow, when you actually meet it, is never what you expected. It's not a monster. It's not evil. It's not your enemy. It's a part of you, usually a young part, a hurt part, a part that's been in the dark so long it forgot there was any other way to be, and it's been pulling the strings not to hurt you, but because it doesn't know what else to do. It's trying to keep you safe using the only strategies it knows. Strategies that made sense once, in your childhood, in the moment of wounding, but don't make sense now, and it can't update, can't evolve, can't change, because it's been locked in the basement, frozen in time, operating in darkness, the only way. It changes, as if you bring it light, not by eliminating it, but by seeing it, acknowledging it, dialoguing with it, by saying, I see you. I know you're trying to help, but there's another way now, and I need you to trust me. That's integration. That's how the puppet becomes a person again, not by cutting the strings, but by taking them consciously in your own hands, by becoming aware of what was unconscious, by making visible what was invisible, by bringing into relationship what was exiled. And when you do that, when you stop being run by the shadow and start consciously working with it, everything changes. The patterns break, the compulsions loosen, the triggers lose their power, not because the shadow disappears, but because it's no longer operating in the dark. It's part of you, integrated, conscious, working with you instead of against you. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Because before integration can happen, before the shadow can be brought into the light, ... there has to be a moment. A crisis, a breaking point, a moment when the puppet strings become visible, when the basement door flies open, when you can no longer deny what's been controlling you. Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow. And it's not gentle, it's soul. It's not easy. It's not something you can do halfway. It's a death of the persona, of the illusion of control, of everything you thought you were. And most people, when that moment comes, when the crisis hits, ... they run. They rebuild the walls. They relock the door. They go back to the familiar prison, because the alternative, facing what's in the darkness, that feels like annihilation, but it's not. It's liberation. And a few who are brave enough to stay, to turn, to face what they've been fleeing ... they discover something that changes everything. The darkness was never trying to destroy them. It was trying to free them. There comes a moment in some people's lives when everything they've built collapses. Not slowly, not gradually, but all at once. The marriage ends. The job disappears. The diagnosis comes. The betrayal is revealed. The addiction can't be hidden anymore. Or sometimes it's quieter. No external crisis. Just an internal knowing that you can't ignore anymore. You wake up one day and you don't recognize your life. Or worse, you don't recognize yourself. And something inside you whispers, this isn't working. This has never been working. And I can't pretend anymore. Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow. It's the moment when the persona cracks. When the mask you've been wearing your whole life finally shatters. When the basement door you've kept locked flies open, and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out, and you have a choice. Run, rebuild the walls, go back to sleep, or stay, turn, face what's coming, and let it destroy you. Not literally, but the you that you thought you were, the you that was acceptable, the you that was safe. The you has to die, so the real you can finally be born. This moment doesn't announce itself. It doesn't send a warning. It comes disguised as the worst day of your life. You lose the person you thought you couldn't live without. And suddenly you're forced to discover who you are without them, without the role you played, without the identity you borrowed from the relationship. You lose the career you built your whole sense of worth around. And suddenly you're forced to face the question, if I'm not my achievements, who am I? You lose your health, your certainty, your control. And suddenly you're forced to surrender the illusion that you were ever in control to begin with. Or the crisis is internal, a depression that won't lift, an anxiety that won't quiet, a numbness that won't break, an emptiness that success can't fill. Something is wrong, has been wrong, and all your strategies for fixing it, managing it, ignoring it ain't, they're not working anymore. The shadow is rising, breaking through, demanding to be seen. And you can't push it back down this time. Jung knew this moment intimately, because he lived it. At the height of his career, respected, successful, married, stable, he had a complete psychological breakdown. Everything he thought he knew collapsed. His mentor Freud rejected him. His theories were challenged. His sanity was questioned. And instead of running, instead of rebuilding the persona, instead of going back to what was safe, he descended, deliberately, into his own darkness. He started what he later called active imagination, dialoguing with the figures in his psyche, the parts he'd rejected, the selves he'd denied. He painted, he sculpted, he wrote in what would become the Red Book, a record of his journey into the underworld, of his own mind. His colleagues thought he was having a psychotic break. His wife worried he'd never return, but Jung knew something they didn't. He knew that the breakdown was actually a breakthrough, that the crisis was an invitation, that the darkness wasn't trying to destroy him, it was trying to initiate him into wholeness, into truth, into the self he'd always been but had forgotten how to be, and he emerged transformed, not fixed, not healed in the conventional sense, but whole, integrated, alive in a way he'd never been before, because he did the one thing most people won't do. He met his shadow, and he let it change him. So what does this moment actually feel like, when the shadow rises and you can't avoid it anymore? It feels like death. Everything you thought was solid becomes liquid. Everything you were certain about becomes questionable. Everything you built your identity on crumbles. You look in the mirror and you don't recognize the person looking back. Or worse, you recognize them for the first time. And you're horrified, because you see it now. The anger you've been denying, the neediness you've been hiding, the jealousy you've been projecting, the shame you've been carrying. You see how you've hurt people while convincing yourself you were helping, how you've manipulated while telling yourself you were loving, how you've controlled while pretending you were supporting. You see the ways you've betrayed yourself, the dreams you abandoned, the truths you silenced, the parts of yourself you killed to be acceptable. And the grief is unbearable, not just for what you lost, but for what you never allowed yourself to have, for who you could have been. If you hadn't spent your whole life hiding, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's a privilege. But first, it's a death. The death of who you pretended to be. Most people, when they reach this moment, they turn back. The pain is too much. The uncertainty is too terrifying. The loss of identity is too destabilizing. So they rebuild. Faster this time, stronger this time. They find a new relationship to distract from the old wound, a new achievement to prove their worth, a new belief system to make sense of the chaos. You don't fight them. You don't try to eliminate them. You do something that changes everything. You listen to them. You ask, "What are you trying to tell me? What do you need? What are you protecting me from?" And they answer, not in words necessarily, but in images, in feelings, in body sensations, in memories that flood back, and you start to understand. The rage isn't irrational. It's the healthy anger you weren't allowed to feel when you were violated, when your boundaries were crossed, when you were told your no didn't matter. The fear isn't weakness. It's the terror you had to suppress when you weren't safe, when the adults who should have protected you didn't. When you learned that survival meant not showing fear. The neediness isn't pathetic. It's the unfulfilled longing for connection. for being seen, for mattering to someone, for being loved, not for what you do, but for who you are. The shame isn't truth. It's the internalized message that you were wrong, bad, too much, not enough, unworthy of love. All of it makes sense when you finally see where it came from, when you understand it's not random, not a defect, not proof that you're broken. It's your psyche's intelligent response to what happened, to what you experienced, to what you needed but didn't get. And that changes everything. Jung developed a practice for this moment, for when you meet the shadow and it starts to speak. He called it active. They go to therapy and learn to manage their symptoms without ever touching the source. They read self-help books that teach them to think differently without ever teaching them to feel. They do everything, except the one thing that would actually transform them. They won't stay with the death. They won't let the old self die, and so they stay stuck, in more sophisticated ways, with better language, with more awareness, but stuck nonetheless, because you can't be reborn. If you won't die first, you can't integrate the shadow if you won't. Face it, you can't become whole if you keep clinging to the fragment. But the ones who stay, the ones who are brave enough, desperate enough, or broken enough to not run, they discover something miraculous. The shadow, when you finally meet it, is not what you expected. You thought it would be a monster, something evil, something that would consume you. But it's not. It's a child, your child. The part of you that got left behind, still angry about what happened, still hurt, still waiting for someone to come back and get them. And they've been running your life from the basement, making sure you never get hurt like that again, protecting you in the only ways they know how, by pushing people away before they can leave, by sabotaging success before it can be taken, by numbing feelings before they can overwhelm. They're not trying to destroy you, they're trying to save you, but they're using strategies from childhood, and those strategies are killing the adult. You're trying to become so when you meet them, when you finally turn and face them in the darkness. Imagination. It's deceptively simple. You create space, quiet, stillness, and you invite the shadow to appear, not to analyze it, not to fix it, not to make it go away, just to meet it, to see it, to let it show you what it needs to show you. For Jung, it appeared as figures, wise old men, mysterious women, animals, children, archetypal beings from the collective unconscious. He would dialogue with them, draw them, sculpt them, write their words. And through this process, he learned things his conscious mind couldn't have known. He accessed wisdom his ego couldn't have accessed. He integrated parts of himself his persona couldn't have accepted. For others, the shadow appears differently, in dreams that won't stop recurring, in body symptoms that won't resolve, in creative work that pours out unbidden, in synchronicities that feel like messages from the universe. The form doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to not run, to stay with what's arising, even when it's terrifying, even when it feels like madness, even when everything in you screams to stop. Because this is the initiation. This is the passage. This is the death that must happen before the rebirth can begin. And it's not a one-time event. It's a process, a unfolding, a gradual revelation. You meet one part of the shadow and you think you're done. And then another part emerges, and another, and another. Because the shadow isn't a single thing. It's layers, dimensions, a whole underworld of exiled selves. And each one needs to be met, seen, heard, integrated, not all at once, but over time, through patience, through compassion, through the willingness to keep facing what you'd rather avoid. But here's what nobody tells you about this process. Meeting the shadow doesn't make you feel better. Not at first. It makes you feel worse, because now you see things you can't unsee. You know things you can't unknow. You feel things you can't unfeel. You see how you've hurt people, how your unconscious patterns have damaged relationships, how your shadow has been acting out while you thought you were being good. You see the years you wasted, the opportunities you missed, the life you could have lived if you'd been brave enough to be yourself. You see your parents clearly for the first time, not as heroes or villains, but as wounded people who did their best and also hurt you deeply, and you have to hold both truths at once. You see the culture you live in, the systems of oppression, the collective shadow playing out on the world stage. And you can't just consume entertainment and ignore it anymore. You see everything, and it's overwhelming. This is what Jung called the dark night of the soul, the descent into the underworld, the necessary suffering that transformation requires. And most people, when they hit this phase, they think they're doing it wrong. They think something's broken. They want to go back. But you can't go back. You can only go through, because this is the fire. This is the crucible. This is where the old self burns away, so the new self can emerge. And if you run from the fire, you stay half-cooked, half-transformed, half-dash alive. But if you stay in it, if you let it burn what needs to burn, if you trust the process, even when it feels like destruction, you don't just survive, you're reborn, not as someone different, as someone more yourself than you've ever been. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the alchemical process called the nigredo, the blackening dot. Everything turns to ash, everything dissolves, everything dies. And there's nothing you can do except witness it, endure it, trust that on the other side of this death, there's life, new life, real life. Your life, not the life you were told to live. Not the life that looked good on paper, not the life that made others comfortable, but the life that's actually yours, that only you can live. That you came here to live, and that life, it can't begin until the false life ends. So when the crisis comes, when the shadow reases, when everything falls apart, don't run, don't rebuild, don't go back to sleep. Stay, witness, feel, grieve, rage, break, let the death happen. Let the old you die, because on the other side of this, death is not nothing. On the other side is everything. Everything you've been searching for, everything you've been longing for, everything you forgot was possible. Wholeness, authenticity, freedom, peace, not the peace of avoiding conflict, but the peace of being integrated, of not being at war with yourself anymore, not the freedom of doing whatever you want, but the freedom of being who you are without apology. Not the authenticity of performing realness, but the authenticity of flaw. The authenticity of flaw. Not performing at all, of just being. And Jung knew that this moment, this confrontation with the shadow, is the gateway. The only gateway. There's no other way through. You can't think your way to wholeness. You can't analyze your way to integration. You can't transcend what you won't descend into. You have to go down, into the darkness, into the basement, into the shadow. You have to meet what you've been fleeing, face what you've been denying, feel what you've been avoiding. And you have to do it consciously, not because the crisis forces you, but because you choose it. Because you understand that the only way out is through. The only way to light is through darkness. The only way to life is through death. So what happens after the confrontation? After you've met the shadow and it's shown you everything? You might expect relief, resolution, the sense that it's over. And now you can move on. But that's not what happens. What happens is, you're different, and you can't go back. You see yourself differently. You see the world differently. You see other people differently. The things that used to matter don't matter anymore. The things you used to want don't appeal anymore. The person you used to be feels like a stranger, and you're in between. Between the old life that's died and the new life that hasn't fully formed yet. Jung called this liminality, the threshold, the space between worlds, and it's disorienting, uncomfortable, sometimes excruciating, because you don't know who you are anymore. The old identity is gone, but the new one isn't clear yet. You don't know what you want. The old desires are meaningless. But the new ones haven't emerged yet. You don't know where you belong. The old world feels false, but the new world hasn't revealed itself yet. And you have to live in that uncertainty, that not knowing, that space of becoming. Most people can't stand it. They rush to create a new identity, a new story, a new sense of certainty. But Jung knew that this space, as uncomfortable as it is sacred, because it's in this space that transformation actually happens. It's in the uncertainty that new possibilities emerge. It's in the not knowing that true wisdom is born. So you wait. You stay with the discomfort. You resist the urge to rush to conclusions. You let yourself be remade, slowly, organically, from the inside out, and gradually, something new begins to emerge. Not a new persona, not a new mask, not a new version of the acceptable self, but the true self. The self that was always there, buried under conditioning, hidden under wounds, waiting to be discovered. And when that self emerges, when you start to live from that place, everything you thought was lost in the confrontation with the shadow, you discover it was never lost at all. It was just hidden, waiting for you to be ready to claim it. And now you're ready. Now the real work begins. You've met your shadow. You've seen what you've been running from. You've felt what you've been avoiding. You've faced the parts of yourself you've locked away. And now you're standing at a crossroads. Behind you is the old life, the persona, the mask, the acceptable self. It's familiar. It's safe. And it's dead. Ahead of you is the unknown. Integration, wholeness, the self you've never been. It's terrifying. It's uncertain. and it's the only way forward. Most people get to this crossroads and they freeze, because they don't know how to move forward. They don't know what integration actually means or how to do it, so they stay stuck. Aware of their shadow, but not integrate with it. Conscious of their patterns, but still controlled by them. Knowing, but not transforming. And Jung understood why. Because integration isn't something you do once. It's not a technique you apply and then you're done. It's a conversation, an ongoing dialogue. A relationship you develop with the parts of yourself you've been at war with. Unlike any relationship, it requires presence, patience, honesty, and the willingness to listen even when you don't like what you're hearing. This is the work. The real work. The work that changes everything. Not the crisis. Not the confrontation. Not the breakdown. But what comes after. The slow, difficult, sacred work of bringing the shadow home. Jung discovered that the psyche speaks in images, in symbols, in stories, not in concepts, not in analysis, not in intellectual understanding. Your conscious mind speaks in words. Your shadow speaks in dreams. And if you want to integrate the shadow, you have to learn its language. This is why therapy often fails. Why understanding yourself doesn't change you. Why you can analyze your patterns perfectly and still repeat them. Because you're speaking the wrong language. You're trying to think your way into wholeness. But the shadow doesn't think. It feels. It images, it moves. Through your body and your dreams and your creative expression. And if you want to reach it, if you want to dialogue with it, you have to meet it where it lives. Not in your head, but in your depths. Jung called this active imagination. And it's one of the most powerful tools for shadow integration that exists. Here's how it works. You create space. You quiet the mind. You drop beneath the noise of thought into the stillness beneath. And you wait. You wait for an image to arise. A figure. A scene. A feeling. Something from the unconscious. And when it comes, you don't analyze it. You don't interpret it. You don't try to figure out what it means. You engage with it. You dialogue with it. You let it speak. Maybe it's a child. Sitting alone, and you approach them, and you ask, "Who are you? What do you need?" Maybe it's an animal. Wild, dangerous, and you don't run. You stand your ground, and you ask, what are you protecting? What are you guarding? Maybe it's a dark figure, threatening, and instead of fighting, you ask, what do you want from me? Why are you here? And they answer, not always in words, sometimes in images, sometimes in sensations, sometimes in an overwhelming flood of emotion, and you listen. You witness. You let them show you what they need to show you. This is not imagination in the casual sense. It's not making things up. It's not fantasy. It's accessing a deeper level of psyche, a level that's wiser than your conscious mind, a level that knows things you don't know, that sees things you can't see. Jung did this for years, especially during his breakdown, and the figures he met, the conversations he had. They transformed him, not because he understood them intellectually, but because he related to them. He honored them. He let them teach him. And slowly, gradually, they integrated, became part of him, not separate, not exiled, but woven into the fabric of his being. But active imagination isn't the only path, because people are different. Psyches are different. Some people meet their shadow through art, through painting what they can't say, through sculpting what they can't express, through creating images that bypass the conscious mind and speak directly from the depths. You don't have to be an artist to do this. You don't have to be good at it. You just have to be willing to let your hand move without knowing what it's creating. To use color and form and texture to give the shadow a voice. Jung painted mandalas, circular images, containers for chaos, symbols of wholeness. He didn't plan them. He didn't think about what they should look like. He just painted, and in the painting, something integrated. Something that couldn't have integrated through words alone. Others meet their shadow through the body, through movement, through dance, through letting the body express what the mind won't allow, because the shadow lives in the body, in the tension you carry, in the chronic pain that won't resolve, in the posture you hold, in the breath you restrict. And when you move, when you let the body speak, when you dance the rage or the grief or the fear, something releases, something shifts, something comes home. Others meet their shadow through writing, not analyzing, not journaling about feelings, but writing as the shadow, giving it a voice, letting it speak without censorship. Dear younger me, dear rejected part, dear anger I've been avoiding ... and letting it respond, in its own words, with its own truth. And what emerges is often shocking, often painful, often exactly what you needed to hear but couldn't hear any other way. The method doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to create a space where the shadow can speak, and to listen without judgment. But here's what makes this so hard, and why most people start this work and then stop. When the shadow speaks, it doesn't say what you want to hear. It doesn't tell you you're doing great. It doesn't validate your story about yourself. It doesn't make you feel good. It tells you the truth, the uncomfortable, inconvenient, ego-destroying truth. It tells you that you've been lying to yourself, that the story you tell about who you are is a fiction, that the good person persona is a mask hiding someone more complex, more flawed, more human. It tells you that you're not the victim you think you are, that you've had more power than you admitted, that you've made choices that hurt people while convincing yourself you had no choice. It tells you that what you thought was love was sometimes control. What you thought was helping was sometimes manipulation. What you thought was strength was sometimes rigidity. And it hurts. God, it hurts. Because your ego wants to be right. It wants to be good. It wants to maintain the image. But the shadow doesn't care about the image. It cares about truth, about wholeness, about integrating what's been denied. So when you engage with it, when you open that dialogue, you have to be prepared for what it might say, and you have to be willing to hear it without defending, without rationalizing, without shutting it down. You have to sit with the discomfort of seeing yourself clearly, all of yourself, not just the acceptable parts. And that requires a kind of courage most people don't have. Jung noticed something else, something crucial about this process. The shadow doesn't integrate all at once. It integrates in layers. You meet one aspect, you integrate it, you think you're done, and then something happens, a trigger, a reaction, a pattern, and you realize there's another layer, another part you haven't seen yet, another wound you haven't healed yet, another aspect you haven't integrated yet, and you have to go back down, back into the darkness, back into the conversation, again and again and again. This is what he meant when he said individuation. The process of becoming whole is the work of a lifetime. It's not a destination you arrive at. It's a practice you engage in, a relationship you maintain, a dialogue you continue. Every time you get triggered, that's the shadow speaking, showing you where you're not integrated yet, where you're still fragmented, where there's still work to do. Every time you project onto someone, judging them intensely, that's the shadow showing you what you haven't owned in yourself yet. Every time you feel stuck in a pattern you can't break, that's the shadow inviting you into another layer of dialogue, another round of integration. And if you see this as failure, as proof that you're not doing it right, you'll despair. But if you see it as a process, as exactly how it's supposed to work, you'll relax into it. You'll stop expecting to be done. You'll stop trying to arrive at some final healed state, and you'll start engaging with the shadow as a lifelong companion, a teacher, a guide into deeper and deeper levels of self-understanding. There's a practice Jung developed that few people talk about, but it's essential. He called it holding the tension of opposites. Here's what he meant. You are not one thing. You are many things. Often contradictory things. You are strong and vulnerable, independent and needy, generous and selfish, loving and hateful, and the ego hates this. It wants to be one thing, consistently, predictably. Simply so it picks a side. I'm strong, not vulnerable. I'm generous, not selfish. I'm loving, not hateful. And it exiles the opposite into the shadow. But those opposites don't disappear. They create tension, internal conflict, a war within yourself. And that war exhausts you. It fragments you. It keeps you from being whole. Jung said that transformation doesn't come from choosing a side. It comes from holding both sides, consciously, without collapsing into either one. Yes, I am strong. And yes, I am vulnerable. And I can be both, in different moments, in different ways. Yes, I am generous. And yes, I am selfish. And both are part of being human. Yes, I love. And yes, I hate. And I can acknowledge both without being consumed by either. This is the tension, the paradox, the both and instead of either or. And when you can hold that tension, when you can stand in the middle without collapsing to one side or the other, ... something alchemical happens. A third thing emerges. Jung called it the transcendent function. It's not strong or vulnerable. It's integrated strength. Strength that can also be soft. It's not generous or selfish. It's healthy boundaries. Giving without depleting. Receiving without guilt. It's not love or hate. It's mature relationship. Able to hold complexity. Able to be honest even when it's hard. This is what integration actually produces. Not the elimination of one side, but the inclusion of both sides. In service of something larger, the whole self, the individuated self, the self that doesn't have to fragment to survive. But let's be practical. Because this can all sound abstract, theoretical, like something that happens in Jung's study, but not in your actual life. So what does this look like day to day? When you're trying to integrate the shadow while also living your life? It looks like noticing, constantly noticing. When you have a strong reaction to someone, instead of justifying it, you pause. You ask, what in me is this touching? What part of my shadow is being activated? When you feel a compulsion, an urge to do something you know isn't good for you, instead of either giving in or white-knuckling against it, you pause. You ask, what is this part trying to give me? What need is it trying to meet? When you have a dream that disturbs you, instead of ignoring it or analyzing it intellectually, you pause. You engage with it. You ask the figures in the dream, who are you? What are you showing me? When you feel numb, disconnected, like you're going through the motions, instead of pushing through, you pause. You ask, what feeling am I avoiding? What part of me am I shutting down? This is the practice. This constant turning toward instead of turning away. This willingness to meet what's arising instead of managing it, or avoiding it, or transcending it. And it's hard, because life is busy. Distractions are endless, and your ego will give you 1,000 reasons to skip the pause. Avoid the conversation, stay on the surface. But every time you pause, every time you turn toward, every time you engage with the shadow instead of running from it, you integrate a little more. You become a little more whole. You live a little more from truth instead of from persona. And over time, those small moments add up. They compound, they transform you, not dramatically, not overnight, but steadily, surely, inevitably. There's something else Jung discovered about this process, something that changed how he understood the human psyche. He discovered that the shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. There's a layer beneath the personal shadow, a deeper layer. Jung called it the collective unconscious, the archetypal level, the patterns and images that all humans share. And accessing this level changes everything, because you start to see that your pain isn't just yours. Your patterns aren't just yours. Your shadow isn't just yours. You're carrying patterns from your ancestors, wounds from your lineage, archetypal themes that humanity has been wrestling with for millennia. The abandoned child you meet in active imagination. That's not just you at age 5. That's the archetypal orphan. Every child who's ever felt unwanted. Every human who's ever known loneliness, the inner critic that won't stop judging. That's not just your parents' voice. That's the archetypal judge, the collective superego, the cultural conditioning of what's acceptable, the wild part you've suppressed. That's not just your personal rebellion. That's the archetypal wildness, the instinctual self that civilization has been trying to tame for thousands of years. When you see this, when you recognize the archetypal dimension, it changes the conversation. You're not just healing yourself. You're engaging with patterns larger than yourself, transforming not just your psyche, but contributing to the transformation of the collective. And there's something profound about that. Something that makes the work feel less isolating, less personal, more purposeful. You're not just fixing yourself. You're participating in the evolution of consciousness itself. But Jung also warned about something dangerous that happens when people start shiter. work, they can become identified with the shadow. Flip from identifying with the persona to identifying with the darkness. The nice person discovers their anger and becomes the angry person. The passive person discovers their power and becomes domineering. The spiritual person discovers their ego and becomes cynical. This is what Jung called enantiodromia, the swing to the opposite, and it's not integration. It's just trading one fragment for another, one mask for another, one prison for another. Real integration means you don't become the shadow. You include it. You don't stop being kind when you access your anger. You become kind with boundaries, kind with discernment, kind without doormat energy. You don't stop being thoughtful when you access your wildness. You become thoughtful with spontaneity, structured with flow, responsible with joy. You don't reject the persona when you integrate the shadow. You hold it more lightly, wear it more consciously, use it as a tool instead of being used by it. This is the art, the balance, the ongoing practice, not swinging between opposites, but holding the center, not collapsing into either pole, but standing in the creative tension between them. And that's where the magic happens. That's where transformation lives, in the middle, in the paradox, in the both dash. And so where does this leave you, right now, in this moment, with your shadow that's been rising, your patterns that keep repeating, your fragments that long to be whole? It leaves you with a choice. You can keep managing symptoms. You can keep understanding without transforming. You can keep being aware of your shadow without actually integrating it. Or you can begin the conversation, the real conversation, the difficult, ongoing, sacred conversation with the parts of yourself you've exiled, not through thinking about it, but through engaging with it. Through active imagination or art or writing or movement or whatever form allows your shadow to speak. And you can commit to the practice, not as a project with an endpoint, but as a relationship with no finish line, because your shadow isn't something to fix and be done with. It's someone to be in relationship with, for life. And when you approach it that way, when you stop trying to conquer it and start trying to understand it, everything changes. The war inside you starts to ease. The fragments start to come together. The energy you've been using to suppress parts of yourself becomes available for actually living, and you start to discover something that Jung knew was the greatest gift of this work. You start to become real, authentic, whole, not perfect, not healed in some final way, not without struggle or pain or complexity, but integrated, honest, alive, living from the truth of who you actually are instead of the story of who you think you should be. And that's everything. That's what makes this work worth it. What makes the descent into darkness necessary? What makes the conversation with the shadow sacred? Because on the other side of that conversation isn't just personal transformation. It's the life you came here to live, the self you came here to be, the wholeness you've been searching for. And it was never out there. It was always in here, in the darkness, in the shadow, in the parts you rejected, waiting for you to turn around, to come home, to finally become whole. Something shifts when you stop running from your shadow and start running toward it. It's subtle at first, so subtle you might not even notice, But one day you realize you didn't react the way you normally would. Someone criticized you, and instead of spiraling, you just ... noticed it, felt it, let it pass. Or you set a boundary and didn't feel guilty. Or you felt your anger and it didn't terrify you. Or you sat with your sadness instead of numbing it. Small moments, barely perceptible shifts, but they're not small at all. They're evidence of something profound. You're changing, not becoming someone different, becoming more yourself, the you that was always there, beneath the conditioning, beneath the wounds, beneath the persona you built to survive. That you is starting to emerge. And when it does, when you start living from that integrated place, ... everything changes, not all at once. Not in some dramatic transformation where you wake up enlightened, but gradually, steadily, in ways that compound over time until one day you look back and you don't recognize the person you used to be, because you're not fragmented anymore. You're not at war with yourself. You're not using all your energy to maintain a mask and suppress a shadow. You're whole, and wholeness changes everything. The ancient alchemists had a word for this process. They called it the magnum opus, the great work. They spoke of taking base, metal, lead, and through a series of transformations, turning it into gold. Most people thought they were talking about literal metal, about getting rich, about some magical formula for material wealth. But Jung understood what they were really describing. They were describing the transformation of the psyche, the integration of the shadow, the process of becoming whole. The lead was the rejected self, the heavy, dark, shameful parts. The shadow, the gold, was what those parts became when they were integrated, when they were brought into consciousness, when they were no longer rejected but included. And the process, the heating, the dissolving, the recombining, that was the psychological work, the descent, the confrontation, the dialogue, the integration. It wasn't easy. It wasn't quick. It required fire. It required patience. It required the willingness to let the old form dissolve so a new form could emerge. But when it worked, when the process completed, what emerged was precious, incorruptible, real, not the persona, not the mask, not the acceptable self, but the true self, the whole self, the gold that was always there, hidden under layers of lead. So what actually changes when you integrate the shadow? What does wholeness look like in practice? First, you stop being so reactive. Think about how much energy you've spent reacting to things, to people who trigger you, to situations that activate old wounds, to your own emotions that you're trying to control. All that reactivity, it's the shadow, operating unconsciously, making you dance to patterns you didn't choose. But when you integrate it, when you bring it into consciousness, something remarkable happens. You still feel the feelings, you still notice the triggers, but there's space now. Between stimulus and response, someone says something critical and you feel it, but you're not consumed by it. You don't spend 3 days ruminating. You don't create stories about what it means about your worth. You just feel it, notice it, let it move through you, and then you respond from choice instead of from compulsion. That space, that's freedom. That's what integration gives you. not the absence of difficult feelings, but the capacity to be with them without being controlled by them. And that changes how you move through the world. You're no longer a puppet being, jerked around by your unconscious. You're a person, making conscious choices, even when those choices are hard, even when they go against old patterns, even when they require you to be different than you've always been. Second, your relationships transform, not because other people change, but because you change when you're fragmented, when you're at war with your shadow. You need other people to play roles in your internal drama. You need someone to be the strong one so you can be the weak one. Or you need someone to be the weak one so you can be the strong one. You need someone to carry your anger for you, or your sadness, or your vulnerability. You need someone to be perfect so you can project your golden shadow onto them. Or you need someone to be flawed so you can project your dark shadow onto them. Your relationships aren't really relationships. They're projection screens. And you're not really seeing the other person. You're seeing your unconscious playing out through them. But when you integrate, when you reclaim your projections, when you own all the parts of yourself instead of exiling them or giving them away, you stop needing people to complete you, because you're already complete. You stop needing people to be something they're not, because you're being what you are, and suddenly actual relationship becomes possible with actual people, not with the versions of them you created in your mind. You can see them, really see them, without needing them to be different, without needing them to fix you or save you or validate you. And they can see you, really see you, not the persona you perform, but the whole you, light and dark, integrated, and that kind of intimacy, that kind of connection. It's what you've been searching for your whole life, not the fantasy relationship where someone completes you, but the real relationship where two whole people choose each other. That's only possible after shadow integration. Before that, you're too fragmented to truly connect. Third, your work changes, not necessarily what you do, but how you do it. And why? When you're living from the persona, your work is about proving you're good enough, smart enough, successful enough, worthy enough. You're driven by fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of being exposed as a fraud. And it works for a while. That fear drives you, pushes you, makes you achieve, but it also exhausts you, because you're never enough. The goalpost keeps moving. The validation never lasts. And underneath the achievements, you feel empty, because the work isn't actually yours. It's what you think you should do, what will make others impressed, what proves your worth. But when you integrate the shadow, when you stop living for validation and start living from truth, your work becomes authentic. It comes from you, from what you actually care about, from what you're genuinely called to create. And it might be the same work, same job, same industry, but you do it differently. Not from fear, from purpose, not to prove, to express, not to be enough, to create something meaningful. And the strange thing, you often become more successful, not because you're trying harder, but because you're no longer sabotaging yourself, the shadow part that was afraid of success, that was convinced you didn't deserve it, that would sabotage you right before breakthrough. It's integrated now, so you can actually receive what you are. create, actually let yourself succeed, actually allow good things without unconsciously destroying them, and your creativity. It explodes, because creativity doesn't come from the persona. It comes from the depths, from the unconscious, from the parts of yourself you've been rejecting. When you integrate those parts, when you give them voice, when you let them contribute, your creative capacity multiplies, ideas flow, connections happen. Work that used to feel like struggle becomes play. Not because it's easy, but because you're no longer fighting yourself while you're doing it. Fourth, your body changes. This one surprises people, but Jung knew it. The body and psyche aren't separate. They're one system. When you're at war with your shadow, your body holds that war. In tension, in pain, in illness, in exhaustion, the anger you won't feel becomes tight shoulders. The grief you won't cry becomes a heavy chest. The fear you won't acknowledge becomes a clenched stomach. Your body is literally holding the shadow you won't integrate, and no amount of massage or medication or exercise will fully resolve it. Because the source isn't physical, it's psychological. But when you integrate, when you let yourself feel what you've been avoiding, when you bring the shadow into consciousness, the body releases, tension dissolves, chronic pain eases, energy returns. Not magically, not overnight, but noticeably, steadily. People report that they can breathe more deeply, sleep more soundly, feel more alive in their skin, because they're not using their body as a storage unit for ejected emotions anymore, and their physical health often improves. Mysterious symptoms resolve. Illnesses that wouldn't heal start healing. Jung believed that many physical ailments have psychological components, that the body gets sick when the psyche is fragmented. And while he wasn't saying all illness is psychological, he was saying that wholeness supports health in ways we don't fully understand. When you stop being at war with yourself, you're immune. System stops being at war with you when you integrate what's been rejected. Your body can finally relax, and relaxation is the foundation of healing. Fifth, and this is the most profound ... you discover peace. Not the peace of having no problems, not the peace of life going the way you want, not the peace of controlling everything, but the peace of not being divided against yourself anymore, the peace of accepting all of who you are, the light and the dark, the strength and the vulnerability, the wisdom and the foolishness, the peace of not having to pretend, not having to perform, not having to maintain an image. You can just be, fully, completely, without apology. And that ... that is what you've been searching for beneath all the searching. Not success, not love, not achievement, not even happiness. Peace, the peace of wholeness, the peace of coming home to yourself. And once you have that, once you know what it feels like to be integrated ... everything else becomes secondary. You still want things, you still have goals, you still engage with life, but you're not desperately seeking something outside yourself to complete you, because you're already complete. You're not trying to fill a void, because you've integrated the void, made space for it. Let it be part of the wholeness instead of something to run from, and from that place, from that integrated, whole, peaceful place, life becomes so much richer, so much deeper, so much more real, because you're finally here, finally present, finally alive in a way you've never been before. But Jung was careful to emphasize something crucial. Integration doesn't make you perfect. It doesn't eliminate suffering. It doesn't mean you never struggle again. In fact, in some ways, life becomes harder after integration, because you can't hide anymore. You can't numb. You can't avoid. You can't pretend. You feel more, see more, know more, and that can be overwhelming. Especially when you look at the world, at the collective shadow playing out everywhere, at the suffering, at the systems built on unconsciousness. You can't just consume and ignore anymore. You can't just go along with things you know are wrong. Your integrity won't let you. Your wholeness demands truth, even when truth is uncomfortable. So integration brings responsibility, the responsibility to live consciously, to act with awareness, to contribute to collective healing. But here's what makes it bearable. What makes it worthwhile? Do you have capacity now? Real capacity. Not the fragile kind that comes from avoiding hard things, but the deep kind that comes from having faced your own darkness, from having integrated your own shadow, from having survived your own death and rebirth, so you can hold complexity, you can sit with paradox, you can be with suffering without being destroyed by it, you can feel deeply and not be overwhelmed, you can care intensely and not burn out, you can engage with difficulty and not fragment, because you're not fighting yourself anymore. All that energy you were using for internal warfare, it's available now for actually living, for actually engaging, for actually contributing. And that's the gift. That's what wholeness gives you. Not a perfect life, but a real one. Not the absence of pain, but the capacity to metabolize it. Not the elimination of difficulty, but the strength to meet it. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the integration process when something clicks. He called it the Koningxio, the sacred marriage, the union of opposites. It's when the conscious and unconscious come together, when the persona and shadow integrate, when light and dark merge into wholeness. And in that moment, something new is born. Jung called it the self, capital S, not the ego self, not the persona self, but the true self, the totality of who you are, conscious and unconscious, light and shadow, individual and collective, all of it, held together, integrated, whole. And when you access that self, even for a moment, everything changes. You realize you're not just your story, not just your wounds, not just your patterns. You're something vast. Something that includes all of that, but isn't limited by it. You're connected to something larger, to the collective unconscious, to the archetypal realm, to life itself. And that connection, that sense of being part of something infinite, it gives meaning to everything, even the suffering. Especially the suffering, because you understand now that your pain wasn't random, your struggles weren't pointless, your shadow wasn't a mistake. It was all part of the process of becoming who you actually are, and who you are. When you're whole, when you're integrated, you're extraordinary, not better than others, but fully yourself. And that's extraordinary, because most people never get there. Most people live and die having never met their shadow, having never integrated their darkness. Having never become whole, they stay fragmented, divided, at war with themselves until the end. But you're doing the work. You're having the conversations. You're integrating what you once rejected. And that makes you rare. That makes you powerful. Not power over others, but power to transform, to heal, to become dot, and that power, it ripples out. Because here's what Jung discovered that changes everything about how we understand this work. When you integrate your shadow, you don't just change yourself. You change the field around you. Your family feels it, even if they don't understand. Something in the system shifts when you stop playing your old role. Your relationships reorganize. The people who were feeding on your unconsciousness fall away. The people who can meet your wholeness appear. Your work transforms. Opportunities that match your integrated self start showing up. Doors you didn't know existed start opening. Even strangers respond to you differently, because you're not projecting anymore. You're not unconsciously asking them to carry parts of you. You're whole, and wholeness is magnetic, not in a manipulative way, but in an authentic way. People feel safe around integrated people, real. Seeing that because when you're not at war with yourself, you're not at war with them either. You can meet them where they are without needing them to be different. You can hold space for their process without trying to fix them. You can be present without agenda. And that presence, it's healing. For everyone around you, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's not just a privilege for you, it's a gift to everyone whose life you touch, because the world needs whole people, desperately needs them. People who aren't projecting their shadow onto others, people who aren't acting out their unconscious patterns, people who can hold complexity and paradox, people who can be strong and vulnerable, wise and humble, powerful and gentle, people who have done the work, who have faced their darkness, who have integrated their shadow. Those people, they change the world, not through grand gestures, but through presence, through being, through wholeness. So where are you in this process, right now? In this moment, maybe you're just beginning to see your shadow, just starting to recognize the patterns, just beginning to question who you think you are. Or maybe you're in the middle of it, in the fire, in the dissolution, in the painful process of letting the old self die. Or maybe you've been doing this work for years, integrating layer after layer, discovering depth after depth. Wherever you are, it's exactly where you need to be, because this process doesn't happen on your timeline. It happens on its own timeline, the psyche's timeline. You can't force it. You can't rush it. You can only participate in it. Show up for it. Trust it. And if you do that, if you keep showing up, keep facing what arises, keep integrating what you once rejected, ... you will transform. Not might. Will. Because that's what this process does. It transforms. It alchemizes. It turns lead into gold. Not the lead of your shadow into the gold of perfection, but the lead of your fragmentation into the gold of your wholeness. And when that happens, When you become whole, when you integrate what you rejected, you discover something that Jung spent his whole life trying to communicate. You discover that you were never broken. You were never flawed. You were never wrong. You were always whole. You just forgot. You just believed the lies. You just locked away the parts that didn't fit. But they're still there. They've always been there, waiting in the darkness, waiting to come home. And now you know how to bring them home, through dialogue, through practice, through the courage to keep facing what you'd rather avoid, through the sacred work of becoming whole. And that work, it's not a burden, it's not a chore, it's the most important thing you'll ever do, the most meaningful thing, the most sacred thing, because it's not just about you. It's about what becomes possible when you're whole, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the presence you can offer, the healing you can contribute. All of that waits on the other side of integration, on the other side of wholeness, and you're on your way there, right now. Even if it doesn't feel like it, even if you're still in the fire, you're on your way. And that's everything. You thought the shadow was just yours, your personal wounds, your individual patterns, your specific childhood experiences that created your specific defenses. And it is all of that, but it's also more, much more, because the basement of your psyche doesn't end with your personal history. It goes deeper into your family's history, your culture's history, your species' history. There are patterns in your shadow that you didn't create, that were there before you were born, that have been passed down through generations like invisible inheritance. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your grandfather's ungrieved losses, your ancestors' unhealed trauma, all of it living in your psyche, all of it influencing your choices, all of it waiting to be seen. Jung called this the collective unconscious, and understanding it changes everything about shadow work, because you're not just integrating your personal darkness, you are participating in the healing of patterns much larger than yourself, patterns that have shaped families, cultures, civilizations. And when you do your work, when you integrate what your ancestors see, OULDN, single, quotes, T, ... you break chains that have held your lineage for generations. Think about your family for a moment, not the story they tell about themselves, not the image they present, but the patterns underneath, the things nobody talks about, the feelings that are forbidden, the truths that stay buried. Every family has them. Secrets, shames, unspoken, rules about what's acceptable and what must never be acknowledged. And those secrets, those shames, they don't stay buried. They leak out. They get passed down, not through words, through energy, through behavior, through unconscious transmission from one generation to the next. The father who never cry teaches his son that vulnerability is dangerous, not by saying it, by never showing it, by treating emotion as weakness. And that son grows up with vulnerability in his shadow, and he passes it to his children, who pass it to theirs. 3 generations later, nobody remembers why the men in this family can't cry. They just know they can't. It's who they are. It's in their blood, except it's not in their blood. It's in their collective shadow, or the mother who learned that anger meant abandonment, who saw her mother raged at and left, who internalized, "Never be angry or you'll be alone." And she teaches her daughter, wordlessly, that anger is unacceptable, that good women don't get angry, that rage must be suppressed, and that daughter grows up unable to set boundaries, unable to protect herself, unable to access the healthy aggression that every human needs, and she passes it to her children, who pass it to theirs. Generations of women who can't access their power, who think it's just who they are, who don't realize they're carrying their great-great-grandmother's wound. This is how family systems work. Trauma doesn't just affect the person who experienced it. It affects everyone downstream, until someone wakes up, until someone turns around, until someone says, "This pattern stops with me." Jung saw this most clearly in his own life. His grandfather was a pastor, respected, proper, everything appropriate on the surface and underneath. Affairs, secrets, shadow material that was never integrated. Jung's father inherited that split, became a pastor too, maintained the proper image, but something was dead inside him. Something he couldn't access, couldn't express, couldn't heal, and Jung felt it, felt the weight of that unintegrated material, felt the call to do what his father and grandfather couldn't do, descend into the darkness, face what they avoided, integrate what they rejected. He didn't just heal himself. He healed a pattern in his lineage. He broke a cycle that had been running for generations. And when he did that, when he integrated what they couldn't, he didn't just free himself. He freed everyone downstream. His children, his grandchildren, everyone who came after, because integrated patterns don't get passed down. Only unintegrated ones do. This is the sacred responsibility of shadow work. You're not just doing it for yourself. You're doing it for everyone who came before you and couldn't. And everyone who comes after you and won't have to. But it's not just family patterns. It's cultural patterns to dot. Every culture has a collective shadow. Things the culture rejects, values it denies, truths it won't acknowledge. And just like personal shadow, the cultural shadow doesn't disappear because it's denied. It gets projected. It gets acted out. It erupts. Jung saw this in Germany, a culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization. And what did they reject? What went into the collective shadow? Chaos, irrationality, wildness, tribal instinct, the primal drives that civilization tried to transcend. And for a while, it worked. They built impressive systems, advanced science, created culture, but the shadow was growing, gathering power in the collective unconscious. And then it erupted, through fascism, through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed him. Because when the collective shadow possesses a culture, individual consciousness doesn't matter. People act out patterns they don't understand. They do things they would have said were impossible. They scapegoat minorities. They dehumanize the other. They commit atrocities while convincing themselves they're doing good. All because the collective shadow wasn't integrated. It was denied. And denial doesn't eliminate darkness. It empowers it. Jung watched this happen. And he understood that it could happen anywhere, to any culture, any group. Whenever people deny their collective shadow, whenever they project it onto others, whenever they refuse to look at their own darkness, they become dangerous. Not intentionally, but inevitably. Look at any culture and you'll see it. The patterns. They reject collectively. American culture rejects vulnerability, worships strength, independence, self-reliance, and what's in the shadow? Neediness, dependence, the human reality that we need each other. So Americans struggle with intimacy, with asking for help, with admitting they're not okay, and they project their shadow onto anyone who seems weak. Judge them, dismiss them, tell them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, all while carrying massive amounts of unacknowledged pain, loneliness, disconnection, because the shadow doesn't go away, just because you refuse to look at it or take. Cultures that worship rationality, logic, the mind over the body, thought over feeling, what's in their shadow? Emotion, intuition, the body's wisdom, the non-rational ways of knowing. So they create systems that ignore feeling, that treat the body as a machine, that dismiss anything that can't be measured or proven. And they wonder why people are anxious, depressed, disconnected from themselves. Because you can't reject half of human experience without creating massive shadow material. Or cultures that emphasize the collective over the individual, that value harmony over authenticity, conformity over expression. What's in their shadow? Individual desire, personal truth, the need to be seen as unique. So people in those cultures struggle with identity, with knowing who they are separate from the group, with expressing what they truly want, and the shadow emerges in subtle rebellion, in depression, in the parts of themselves they can only access in private. Every culture creates its own shadow based on what it values, and then suffers from what it rejects. And the only solution, the same as personal shadow work, turn and face it. Acknowledge what's been denied. Integrate what's been rejected, not by abandoning cultural values, but by including what's been by holding the paradox. You can be strong and vulnerable, independent and connected, rational and intuitive, individual and collective. But most cultures won't do it. They double down on their values, reject the shadow even harder, and the suffering increases. There's an even deeper layer, beneath personal shadow, beneath family shadow, beneath cultural shadow. Jung called it the archetypal layer, the collective unconscious that all humans share, patterns that don't belong to you or your family or your culture. They belong to the species, to humanity itself. The shadow at this level isn't personal anymore. It's mythological, archetypal, universal. It's the parts of being human that civilization has been trying to transcend for thousands of years. The animal self, the wild self, the instinctual self that doesn't care about social rules or moral codes. That self wants what it wants. It's driven by hunger, by desire, by survival instinct, by territorial impulse. And civilization said, no, we're beyond that. We're rational, moral, evolved. And so the archetypal wildness went into the collective shadow, but it didn't disappear. It couldn't disappear, because it's part of being human, part of being animal, part of being alive. So it erupts in violence. That makes no sense. In compulsions we can't control. In moments when civilized people do uncivilized things, or it gets projected onto others, onto indigenous peoples who are still connected to the earth, onto anyone who seems more instinctual, more physical, more wild, we other them, fear them, try to civilize them, all while denying that we carry the same wildness in our own shadow. Jung knew that this archetypal shadow couldn't be eliminated, shouldn't be eliminated, because the instincts aren't bad. They're necessary. They keep us alive. They connect us to life force, to vitality, to being fully embodied. The task isn't to transcend them, it's to integrate them, to bring them into consciousness, to relate to them instead of being possessed by them, to say, yes, I am an animal, and yes, I am conscious, and I can be both. I can honor my instincts while also making choices. I can feel my wildness while also living in civilization. That integration, that's what creates a whole human, not the civilized human who's disconnected from nature, not the wild human who's disconnected from consciousness, but the integrated human who contains both. This is where shadow work gets truly profound and truly necessary, because we're living in a time when the collective shadow is erupting everywhere. Politically, we're seeing projection run rampant. People demonizing the other side, convinced that all evil is out there, never looking at their own darkness. Environmentally, we're destroying the earth, treating nature as something separate from us, rejecting our animal selves so completely that we're killing the ecosystem we depend on. Socially, we're more divided than ever, by race, by class, by ideology, each group projecting their shadow onto the others, each group convinced they're right and the others are wrong. And the solution? It's the same at every level: personal, family, cultural, collective. Stop projecting, turn inward, face your own darkness, integrate your own shadow, because every person who does their own work contributes to the healing of the collective. Every person who stops projecting their rage onto others and integrates it themselves reduces the collective rage. Every person who faces their own shame instead of shaming others reduces the collective shame. Every person who owns their darkness instead of seeing it only in others, reduces the collective darkness. This is what Jung meant when he said that the psychological work of the individual is the most important work there is, not because individuals are more important than the collective, but because the collective is made of individuals. And when enough individuals do the work, when enough people integrate their shadow, the collective shadow loses power, the projections decrease, the unconscious acting out reduces, and healing becomes possible. Not just personal healing, collective healing. But here's what makes this so hard, and why most people won't do it. Owning your participation in collective shadow means giving up the comfort of being right. It means admitting that you're not just a victim of systems, you're also participating in them. It means seeing that the racism you condemn in others, there's a version of it in your shadow. The sexism, the greed, the violence, not exactly the same, not to the same degree, but the seeds are there, because you're human, and these patterns are human patterns, archetypal patterns, and the only difference between you and the people you judge is that they're acting it out and you're suppressing it. But suppression doesn't make you better. It just makes you unconscious. Real moral development doesn't come from rejecting your darkness. It comes from integrating it, from acknowledging it, from being conscious of it so you can make different choices. The person who admits they have capacity for violence and chooses peace anyway, that's moral strength. The person who acknowledges their prejudice and works to transform it, that's real anti-racism. The person who owns their greed and consciously chooses generosity, that's genuine change. But the person who projects it all onto others and claims they're different, that's just unconsciousness wearing a mask of virtue. And Jung saw this. He saw that the most dangerous people aren't the ones who admit their darkness. They're the ones who deny it, who are convinced they're good, who can't see their own shadow, because those people, they do terrible things while telling themselves they're doing good. They hurt people while convinced they're helping. They perpetuate systems while convinced they're fighting them, all because they won't look at their own darkness. So what do you do with this? With the knowledge that your shadow isn't just personal, but collective. You start with what you can control, your own psyche, your own patterns, your own integration. You notice when you're projecting collective shadow onto others, when you're convinced that all the evil is out there, when you're sure you're on the right side, and you pause. You turn inward. You ask, what am I not seeing in myself? What am I rejecting in myself that I'm attacking in them? And you do your work, your personal shadow work, your family shadow work, your cultural shadow work, not because it will fix everything, but because it's your part. And when you do your part, when you integrate what you can integrate, when you stop contributing to the collective unconsciousness, you become part of the solution. Instead of part of the problem, you stop adding to the collective shadow and start contributing to collective healing. And that matters more than you might think, because the collective is not some abstract thing. It's made of individuals, of choices, of consciousness or unconsciousness, and every choice you make, every pattern you integrate, every projection you withdraw, it shifts the field, just a little, just enough. And if enough people do it, if enough individuals take responsibility for their own shadow, the collective shadow loses power, the unconscious patterns break, the cycles end, not perfectly, not completely, but measurably, significantly, enough to matter, enough to create real change. This is why Jung devoted his life to this work, not just for individuals, for humanity, because he knew that the fate of the world depends on the psychological development of individuals, on whether we can face our darkness, integrate our shadow, become conscious, or whether we'll keep projecting, keep acting out, keep repeating the same destructive patterns while expecting different results. And here's the thing that gives hope: you're doing it right now, by being here, by listening, by being willing to look at your shadow instead of just projecting it. You're participating in the healing of the collective. You're breaking patterns. You're integrating what others won't. And that makes you part of something larger, something sacred, something essential. You're not just healing yourself, you're healing your lineage, your culture, your species, one integration at a time, one conscious choice at a time, one moment of owning your darkness instead of projecting it. And Jung knew that this work, this sacred work of becoming conscious, it's the only thing that can save us, the only thing that can break the cycles, the only thing that can transform the collective shadow. Not policies, not systems, not external solutions, but internal transformation, individual by individual, shadow by shadow, integration by integration. Until enough people are conscious, until enough people are whole, until enough people stop acting out their unconscious patterns. And then collective transformation becomes possible, not because we've eliminated the shadow, but because we've integrated. Not because we're perfect, but because we're conscious. Not because we've transcended our humanity, but because we've fully embraced it, light and dark, individual and collective, personal and archetypal, all of it integrated, whole. And that's the future Jung was working toward. The future that's possible if we do the work. The future that starts with you, right now, in this moment, choosing consciousness over unconsciousness, integration over projection, wholeness over fragmentation, choosing to do your part in the healing of the collective shadow. And that choice, that's everything. There's a life waiting for you on the other side of shadow integration, not the life you planned, not the life that looks good on paper, not the life you thought you were supposed to live, but your life, the one that's been waiting for you to be ready, the one you can only access when you're whole. And it's nothing like you imagined. It's richer, deeper, more real, more alive, because you're finally here, not performing a role, not maintaining a persona, not hiding parts of yourself, just ... here, fully, completely, without division. And from that wholeness, from that integration, from that deep presence, ... gifts emerge, capacities you didn't know you had, powers you'd locked away, possibilities you couldn't access while you were fragmented. This is what Jung promised, not that integration would make life perfect, but that it would make it possible to create what you're meant to create, to love how you're meant to love, to live what you're meant to live. And the gift isn't one thing, it's everything. Everything that was waiting for you to stop running from yourself and start embracing all of who you are. The first gift is creativity that flows instead of struggles. When you're at war with your shadow, when you're keeping parts of yourself locked away, creativity becomes almost impossible. Because creativity doesn't come from the conscious mind. It doesn't come from the persona. It doesn't come from the acceptable self. It comes from the depths, from the unconscious, from the very places you've been avoiding. Think about it. Where do ideas come from? Not from trying, not from forcing, not from willpower. They come from somewhere else. Somewhere deeper. They arise. They emerge. They surprise you. And if you've locked the basement, if you've denied access to the unconscious, if you've built walls between your conscious mind and your depths, The ideas can't get through. The creativity can't flow. The connection is severed so. You sit there, trying to create, and nothing comes. Or what comes feels forced, contrived, dead, and you think you're not creative. You think you don't have talent. You think other people have access to something you don't. But that's not true. You have access. You've always had access. You just blocked it by rejecting your shadow, by refusing to dialogue with your depths, by keeping the basement locked. But when you integrate, when you open that dialogue, when you develop a relationship with your unconscious, the creativity floods in, not because you're trying harder, because you're not blocking anymore. Ideas come at 3 a.m. Images arise during meditation. Connections happen while you're walking. Solutions appear when you stop forcing, because the unconscious is always creating, always making connections, always generating new possibilities. You just have to get out of the way. You just have to stop trying to control it. You just have to let it speak, and it speaks through dreams, through active imagination, through your hands when you paint or sculpt, through your body when you dance, through your voice when you write. The shadow, when integrated, becomes your greatest creative resource, because it contains everything you rejected. And those rejected parts, they have things to say, stories to tell, art to create. The rage you suppressed becomes powerful music. The grief you avoided becomes moving poetry. The wildness you tamed becomes ecstatic dance. All of it transformed, not eliminated, not transcended, but channeled, expressed, given form, and the work that emerges, it's authentic, it's alive, it resonates, because it's not coming from your ego trying to prove something. It's coming from your depths trying to express something. And people feel, if they recognize truth when they encounter it, they're moved by art that comes from integrated shadow, because it speaks to their shadow. It touches their depths. It reminds them of what they've forgotten. The second gift is intuition that guides instead of confuses. When you're fragmented, when you're disconnected from your depths, you lose access to your inner knowing. You second-guess everything. You overthink. You analyze. You try to figure out the right answer with your conscious mind. And it's exhausting, because the conscious mind doesn't know. It can't know. It doesn't have access to all the information, but your unconscious does. It's processing everything, reading signals you don't consciously notice, sensing patterns you can't articulate. Jung called this the transcendent function, the capacity to access wisdom beyond the ego's knowing, and it emerges through integration, through developing a relationship with your unconscious, through learning to listen to the depths. Some people call it gut feeling, some call it inner knowing, some call it the still small voice. But whatever you call it, it's real, it's reliable, and it's only accessible when you're integrated, because if you're at war with your unconscious, if you're rejecting your shadow, if you're refusing to listen to anything that doesn't make rational sense, you can't hear it. The signal is there, but you're not receiving it. But when you integrate, when you develop that dialogue, when you trust the depths, the intuition becomes clear, strong, undeniable. You know which job to take, even though on paper the other one makes more sense. You know which relationship is right, even though your friends don't understand. You know when to leave, even though you can't explain why. Not because you're psychic, not because you have special powers, but because you're whole. And wholeness gives you access to information that fragmentation blocks. You can feel into situations, sense the energy, read what's not being said, trust what your body knows, even when your mind doesn't understand. And that intuition, it guides you away from what looks good but feels wrong, toward what feels right, even when it looks risky. And over time, you learn to trust it, to follow it, to let it lead, because it's not random, it's not irrational. It's your whole self speaking, including the parts that know things your conscious mind hasn't figured out yet. The third gift is presence that heals without trying. This one is subtle, but it's profound. When you're integrated, when you're no longer at war with yourself, when you've done your shadow work, ... your presence changes. People feel it, even if they can't name it. You're there, really there, not performing, not managing. Your image, not trying to be someone you're not, just there, present, whole, and that presence, it creates space for others to be present too, for others to drop their masks, for others to be real. Because when you're not projecting your shadow, when you're not asking them to carry parts of you, when you're not trying to fix them or change them or need them to be different, ... they can relax, they can breathe, they can be themselves, and that's healing. Not dramatic healing, not crises intervention, but the quiet healing of being seen, being met, being allowed to be human. Integrated people don't try to heal others. They don't need to. Their presence does it naturally. They can sit with someone's pain without needing to fix it. They can witness someone's struggle without needing to solve it. They can hold space for someone's process without needing to speed it up, because they've sat with their own pain. They've witnessed their own struggle. They've held space for their own process, so they know how to do it for others. Not as a technique, as a natural expression of wholeness. And people are drawn to this. They might not know why. They just know they feel safe, seen, met, that they know they can be real without being judged. They know they can struggle without being fixed. They know they can be messy without being rejected. And in that space, transformation happens. Not because you're doing anything, because you're being something, being whole, being present, being integrated. And that's more powerful than any technique, more healing than any advice, more transformative than any intervention. The fourth gift is boundaries that protect without walls. This is one of the most practical gifts, and one of the most surprising. When you're fragmented, you either have no boundaries or you have walls. No. Boundaries means you let everyone in. You say yes when you mean no. You give until you're empty. You let people cross lines you don't even know you have, because you don't have a strong sense of self. You don't know where you end and others begin. You need them to like you more than you need to protect yourself. Or you have walls rigid impenetrably, nobody gets in. You don't need anyone. You can't be hurt because you won't be vulnerable, because you've been hurt before, and you decided never again. So you shut everyone out. You keep them at distance. You protect yourself by disconnecting. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you know yourself fully, shadow and awe. You develop real boundaries, not walls, not absence of protection, but conscious, flexible, appropriate boundaries. You know what's yours and what's theirs. You can feel when someone's energy is crossing into your space. You can sense when you're giving more than is sustainable, and you can say no, clearly, without guilt, without needing to justify or explain or apologize. Not because you're selfish, because you're integrated, because you know that giving from depletion helps no one, because you understand that protecting your energy is how you stay whole. But you can also say yes, really yes, full yes, without resentment, because the yes is clean. It's not coming from people pleasing, not coming from fear of rejection, not coming from needing to prove you're good. It's coming from choice, from wholeness, from actually wanting to give, and people feel the difference. They feel the integrity. They respect the boundaries because the boundaries are real. Not walls to keep them out, not absence of protection that lets them take advantage, but clear, conscious, appropriate limits that actually serve relationship. This is what healthy boundaries look like, and they only emerge from integration, from knowing yourself well enough to know what you need, from valuing yourself enough to protect it, from trusting yourself enough to let others in when it's right. The fifth gift is power that empowers instead of dominates. Power is tricky. Most people are terrified of it because they've seen it misused. They've been hurt by it. They've watched it corrupt, so they reject it, put it in their shadow, convince themselves that wanting power is bad, that claiming power is dangerous, that power equals domination. But Jung knew better. He knew that power itself isn't the problem. Unconscious power is the problem. When you deny your power, when you reject it, when you put it in your shadow, you don't become powerless. You become unconsciously powerful, which is far more dangerous. You manipulate without knowing it. You control without admitting it. You dominate in subtle ways while telling yourself you're being nice. The passive comment, the guilt trip, the martyr routine, the helplessness that forces others to take care of you. All of it unconscious power. Shadow power. Power that denies its power. But when you integrate your power, when you acknowledge it, own it, take responsibility for it, it transforms from domination to empowerment. From power over to power, dash with dot. You can stand in your strength without needing to diminish others. You can take up space without needing to shrink others. You can lead without needing to control. Because integrated power isn't about making others small. It's about being your full size, which, paradoxically, gives others permission to be their full size too. You're not competing for power. You're not hoarding it. You're not afraid of it. You have it. You use it. You share it. And that's magnetic. That's leadership. That's the kind of power that actually changes things. Not the power of position, not the power of dominance, but the power of integration, of wholeness, of being fully yourself. And when you step into that power, when you own it without apology, when you use it in service of something larger than ego ... impossible things become possible. Doors open. Opportunities appear. People follow not because you're controlling them, but because you're inspiring them. Because integrated power is inspiring. It shows people what's possible. It reminds them of their own power. It calls them into their own wholeness. The sixth gift is purpose that calls instead of demands. When you're fragmented, purpose feels like pressure. Like something you have to figure out. Like a test you have to pass. What's my purpose? What am I here to do? What's my contribution? And you search for it outside yourself. In books, in programs, in other people's ideas about what matters, but you never find it. Because you're looking in the wrong place. Your purpose isn't out there. It's in here, in the depths, in the shadow, in the parts of yourself you've been rejecting, and it only reveals itself when you integrate, when you become whole, when you stop trying to be someone you're not and start being who you are. Then purpose doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like calling, like resonance, like coming home. You're not trying to figure it out anymore. You're following what pulls you, what lights you up, what you can't not do, and it's usually connected to your wounds, your struggles, your shadow. The person who was bullied becomes the advocate. The person who was abandoned becomes the therapist. The person who was shamed becomes the artist, who gives voice to shame, not because they're trying to fix their wounds by helping others, but because their wounds, when integrated, become their medicine, their gift, their contribution. Jung said, "The wound is the gift." And he was right. But only when you integrate it, only when you transform it, only when you stop running from it and start learning from it. Then it becomes purpose, not something you have to figure out, something you can't avoid. It pulls you, calls you, won't let you rest until you answer. And when you answer, when you step into that purpose, everything aligns. Not because life becomes easy, but because you're finally doing what you're here to do, what only you can do, what you came here to offer, and that makes everything worth it. The shadow work, the pain, the death and rebirth. Because you're not just living anymore. You're contributing. You're serving. You're part of something larger, and that's the ultimate gift of integration. The seventh gift, and this might be the most important, is the capacity to love, really love, not need, not depend on, not use to fill. Avoid but love, from wholeness, from choice, from overflow instead of deficit. When you're fragmented, when you're at war with yourself, you can't really love. You can need people, you can want them, you can use them to feel complete, but you can't love them, because love requires wholeness. And you're not whole. You're asking them to complete you, to carry your shadow, to be what you won't be for yourself. And that's not love. That's projection. That's need. That's using another person as a mirror for your unintegrated parts. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you're not missing pieces anymore, you can love, really love, without agenda, without need, without trying to get something. You can love someone for who they are, not for who you need them to be. You can appreciate them without trying to change them. You can be with them without trying to merge with them. You can love their light and their darkness, their strengths and their struggles, their wholeness and their fragmentation, because you've learnt to love all of that in yourself. And that love, it's transformative, for you, for them, for everyone it touches, because it's real, it's clean, it's free. Not the conditional love that says, I'll love you if you meet my needs, but the unconditional love that says, I love you because you exist. Not the needy love that demands reciprocity, but the generous love that gives freely. Not the fearful love that clings, but the trusting love that releases. This is what becomes possible after shadow integration. This is the gift on the other side. Not a perfect life, but a real one. Not the absence of struggle, but the capacity to meet it. Not the elimination of darkness, but the integration of it. And from that integration, everything else flows. Creativity, intuition, presence, boundaries, power, purpose, love, all of it waiting on the other side of the shadow, waiting for you to be whole, waiting for you to stop running and start integrating, to stop rejecting and start including, to stop fragmenting and start becoming. And when you get there, when you access these gifts, you realize something profound. They weren't gifts given to you, they were always yours. You just locked them in the basement along with everything else. You rejected, and shadow work didn't create them. It liberated them, released them, let them finally come home. You thought integration meant being done. You thought there would be a moment when the work was complete, when the shadow was integrated, when you could finally relax and be whole. And in a way, that moment does come. The moment when you're no longer fragmented, when you're no longer at war with yourself. But wholeness isn't a destination. It's not a state you arrive at and then maintain without effort. It's a practice, a daily practice, a lifelong practice, because the shadow isn't something you integrate once and forget about. It's someone you live with for the rest of your life. And that's not a problem. That's the point. Jung spent decades doing shadow work. Even at the end of his life, he was still discovering new rooms in the house of his psyche, still meeting new aspects, still integrating new layers. And he didn't see this as failure. He saw it as the natural unfolding of becoming human. You don't finish becoming yourself. You continue becoming, layer by layer, year by year, until your last breath, and the shadow is your companion on that journey. Your teacher, your guide into deeper and deeper levels of truth, not your enemy, your ally. If you know how to relate to it, here's what living with your shadow actually looks like. It looks like noticing every day, multiple times a day, noticing when you're triggered, when you're reactive, when you're projecting, when you're acting from an old pattern instead of present awareness. And instead of beating yourself up about it, instead of thinking you should be past this by now, you get curious. Oh, there's something here, something that's not integrated yet, something that wants my attention. What is it? What part of me is activated? What old wound is being touched? And you pause, you breathe, you turn inward, you don't judge it, you don't try to fix it, you just notice it. And sometimes that's enough. Just the noticing, just the conscious awareness that this is shadow material, not present reality. And sometimes you need to do more. You need to journal about it, or meditate with it, or talk about it with someone you trust. But either way, you're engaging. You're in relationship. You're not running. And over time, that particular trigger loses its power. Not because you eliminated it, because you integrated it. But then another one appears, a different layer, a different aspect, and you do it again. Notice, pause, engage, integrate, again and again and again. This is the practice. Not dramatic, not glamorous, just consistent, daily, ongoing. Some days, the practice is harder than others. Some days you're triggered and you react before you even notice. You say the thing you regret. You do the thing you said you wouldn't do. You fall back into the old pattern, and the old you, the fragmented you, would have spiraled, would have convinced yourself you're broken, would have given up on the whole thing. But the integrated you, the you who's been doing this work, you have compassion for yourself, for your humanity, for the fact that transformation isn't linear. You acknowledge what happened. You take responsibility for it. You make amends if needed, but you don't make it mean something about your worth. You don't use it as evidence that you're failing. You use it as information, as a sign that there's more to integrate, as an invitation to go deeper, and you return to the practice, not with shame, with humility, because humility isn't thinking you're nothing. It's knowing you're human, complex, still growing, still learning, still becoming, and that knowing, it keeps you in the practice, even when the practice is hard, even when you fail, even when you forget. You return, you notice, you engage. You continue. Living with your shadow also means accepting complexity. The you that wants to be simple, the you that wants clear answers, the you that wants to know if you're good or bad, right or wrong, healed or broken. The you has to die, or at least relax, or at least make space for paradox, because you're not simple. You never were. You never will. Be. You're both. You're all of it. You're contradictory, and that's okay. You're generous and selfish, strong and vulnerable, wise and foolish, loving and hateful. You're not one thing. You're a multitude. And living with your shadow means living with that multiplicity, not trying to resolve it, not trying to pick a side, but holding it, all of it, the tension, the paradox, the both and. Some days you'll be patient, some days you'll be irritable, and both are you. Some days you'll be open and trusting, some days you'll be guarded and suspicious, and both are you. Some days you'll feel connected to your purpose, some days you'll question everything, and both are you. And instead of making one version right and the other wrong, instead of accepting one and rejecting the other, ... you hold them both. You let them coexist. You understand that you contain multitudes, and that's not a problem to solve. That's the richness of being human. The integrated person doesn't eliminate complexity. They embrace it. They develop capacity to hold it. They learn to dance with it. And that capacity, it grows over time, with practice, with patience, with self-compassion. You get better at holding paradox, at sitting with not knowing, at being comfortable with your own contradictions. And that makes you more human, not less, more whole, not more fragmented, Because wholeness includes everything. The contradictions, the paradoxes, the parts that don't make sense together. All of it, held in the container of your awareness. Your acceptance, your integration. Living with your shadow also means developing rituals, not religious rituals necessarily, though they can be, but practices that keep you connected to your depths. Jung had his morning routine. He'd wake up early, sit in silence, paint mandalas, write in his journal, dialogue with his unconscious, every day, for decades. It wasn't optional. It was how he maintained the relationship with his shadow, because the shadow doesn't speak on demand. It speaks when you create space for it, when you show up consistently, when you demonstrate that you're listening. And if you don't create that space, if you get too busy, if you stop showing up, the shadow will make space. Through dreams you can't ignore. Through symptoms you can't manage. Through crises you can't avoid. It will get your attention, one way or another. But if you maintain the practice, if you show up daily, if you keep the conversation going, the shadow becomes a collaborator instead of a saboteur, a guide instead of a disruptor, a source of wisdom instead of a source of suffering. So what does that look like practically? Maybe it's morning pages, 3 pages of stream of consciousness writing, no editing, no censoring, just letting the unconscious speak. Maybe it's meditation, sitting in silence, watching what arises, noticing the thoughts and feelings without attaching to them. Maybe it's active imagination, creating space for images to emerge, dialoguing with figures from your dreams, letting the unconscious show you what it needs to show you. Maybe it's creative practice, painting, dancing, playing music, any form of expression that bypasses the conscious mind and accesses the depths. The specific practice doesn't matter. What matters is consistency, showing up, creating space, because the shadow is always there, always active, always communicating. The question is, are you listening? Another aspect of living with your shadow is continuing to learn its language. Jung spent his life studying symbols, myths, dreams, archetypes, not as intellectual exercise, but as practical necessity, because the unconscious doesn't speak in concepts. It speaks in images, in stories, in metaphors. And if you want to understand what your shadow is trying to tell you, you have to learn that language. When you dream of being chased, the shadow isn't literally trying to tell you someone's after you. It's showing you that you're running from something, some part of yourself, some truth, some reality. When you dream of losing your teeth, it's not predicting dental problems. It's showing you anxiety about powerlessness, about losing your ability to speak, to defend yourself, to be effective. When you dream of water, it's often about emotion. Deep water, deep emotion. Drowning, being overwhelmed. Clear water, clarity. Murky water, confusion. These aren't universal rules. Symbols mean different things to different people in different contexts, but they do mean something, and part of the practice is learning what they mean for you. What does the snake represent in your dreams? What about the house, the car, the stranger? Over time, you develop your own symbolic vocabulary. You recognize your psyche's patterns. You understand what it's trying to communicate, and that understanding becomes a tool, a way to access wisdom beyond your conscious knowing, a way to receive guidance from your depths. But it requires attention. It requires study, not just of Jung's work or other people's interpretations, but of your own psyche. What is it showing you? What is it trying to tell you? What patterns keep appearing? And you track it. You write it down. You reflect on it. You learn from it. And slowly, gradually, you become fluent in the language of your own unconscious. And that fluency, it changes everything, because you're not guessing anymore. You're not projecting anymore. You're listening to the wisest part of yourself, the part that knows things your conscious mind doesn't, the part that sees patterns you can't see, the part that's been trying to guide you all along. If you would just listen, living with your shadow also means accepting that some patterns may never fully resolve. This is hard to hear, especially in a culture that promises total healing, complete transformation, final resolution. But Jung was honest about this. Some wounds are so deep, so early, so formative. They shape you permanently, not in a way that dooms you, but in the way that becomes part of who you are. The person abandoned in childhood, they may always have abandonment sensitivity, even after years of therapy, even after deep shadow work. It might get better. It might lose some of its charge. They might react less intensely. They might recover more quickly. But that wound, it's woven into the fabric of their psyche. It's not going away completely. And that's okay. It has to be okay. Because fighting it, denying it, demanding it be different, that creates more suffering, not less. Integration doesn't mean eliminating your wounds. It means accepting them, making space for them, learning to work with them instead of being controlled by them. So yes, you might always be sensitive to abandonment, but you can learn to recognize when it's being triggered. You can learn to soothe yourself. You can learn to communicate your needs instead of acting out your fears. You don't transcend the wound. You integrate it. You make it part of your wholeness instead of something that fragments you. And sometimes that wound becomes your medicine, your gift, the thing that makes you uniquely able to help others with similar wounds, because you know that territory intimately. You've mapped it. You've learned to navigate it. And that knowledge, it's valuable, not just for you. For everyone you encounter who's struggling with the same thing, there's also the question of regression. You'll have periods where you feel integrated, whole, like you've done the work and you're living from that place. And then something happens. A crisis, a loss, a major life transition, and you regress. You fall back into old patterns. You find yourself reacting like you used to, fragmenting like you used to, acting out shadow material you thought you'd integrated, and it can feel like failure, like you lost everything you gained, like the work didn't stick. But Jung understood regression differently. He saw it as a necessary part of the process. Sometimes you have to go back to go forward. Sometimes you have to revisit old material at a deeper level. Sometimes regression is actually preparation for the next stage of growth. So when it happens, when you find yourself back in old patterns, don't panic, don't despair. Don't conclude that integration is impossible. Just recognize it. Oh, I'm regressing. There's something here that needs attention. Some layer I missed. Some aspect that's not fully integrated yet. And you engage with it, again, at this new level. With the awareness you have now, with the tools you've developed, with the compassion you've cultivated, and you integrate it again, more deeply this time, more thoroughly, more consciously, and then you move forward, not to where you were before, but to somewhere new, somewhere you couldn't have gotten to without the regression. This is the spiral nature of growth. You don't go in a straight line, you circle back. But each time you circle back, you're at a different level, higher, deeper, more integrated. And that's how transformation actually works. Not linear, spiral, cyclical, rhythmic. Forward and back, up and down, in and out, and all of it is the process. All of it is necessary. All of it is part of becoming whole. So what does this mean for you right now? In your daily life, it means you stop waiting to be done. You stop thinking integration is something you achieve and then move on from. You recognize it as a practice, a relationship, a lifelong commitment, and you build it into your life, not as one more thing on your to-do list, but as the foundation of how you live. You create space for silence, for reflection, for dialogue with your depths. You notice your triggers and you get curious instead of reactive. You accept your complexity, and you stop trying to be simple. You learn the language of your unconscious and you listen when it speaks. You hold your wounds with compassion and you let them teach you. You accept regression as part of growth, and you don't despair when it happens. This is what it means to live with your shadow. Not to conquer it, not to transcend it, but to be in relationship with it every day, for the rest of your life. And that's not a burden, that's a privilege. That's what makes life rich, deep, real, because you're not performing anymore. You're not pretending. You're not maintaining a facade. You're just living, fully, honestly, consciously, with all of yourself, shadow included. And that's everything Jung was pointing to. That's the goal. That's the promise. Not perfection, not final arrival, not eternal peace, but ongoing integration, deepening wholeness, continuous becoming. And in that process, in that practice, in that lifelong commitment to knowing yourself fully, you discover what it means to be truly alive, not despite your shadow, because of it, with it, through it, all the way home. You might think your shadow work is personal, private, just about you. You're doing it to heal your wounds, to break your patterns, to become whole. And it is all of that, but it's also more, so much more, because you don't exist in isolation. You're part of a family, part of a culture, part of humanity, and every pattern you integrate, every projection you withdraw, every piece of shadow you bring into consciousness, it affects the whole, the entire system. Everyone connected to you. Jung understood this. He understood that the psychological work of the individual is not separate from the healing of the collective. They're the same work, happening at different scales. When you heal, the field around you heals. When you integrate, the collective integration becomes more possible. When you become whole, you contribute to collective wholeness, not because you're special, because you're connected. We all are, deeply, invisibly, inextricably. And right now, the world desperately needs people who will do this work. People who will face their darkness instead of projecting it. People who will integrate their shadow instead of acting it out. People who will become conscious instead of staying asleep, because the alternative is what we're living through. Division, projection, unconsciousness, on a massive scale, and it's killing us. Look at the world right now. Really look at it. The political polarization, the tribal warfare, the inability to see the humanity in people who think differently. That's collective shadow, projected, acting out, possessing millions of people at once. Each side convinced the other side is evil. Each side seeing in the other what they won't see in themselves. Each side so identified with being right that they can't see their own darkness. It's not one side or the other. It's both. It's all of us, projecting our collective shadow onto the other, creating enemies, building walls, and underneath we're all human, all carrying the same archetypal patterns, all struggling with the same fundamental questions. But we can't see it because we're too busy projecting, too busy being right, too busy defending our position, and nothing changes, nothing heals, nothing transforms. Because the work that would actually change things, the work of withdrawing projection and owning our own darkness, nobody wants to do it. It's easier to blame, easier to other, easier to stay unconscious, but it's also destroying us, creating more suffering, more division, more violence. And it will continue until enough individuals do their own work, until enough people integrate their own shadow, until enough of us become conscious. That's the only way. There is no other way. You can't fix the collective shadow from the outside. You can only transform it from the inside, one person at a time, one integration at a time, starting with you. Or look at how we're treating the earth, the planet that sustains us, the ecosystem we depend on. We're destroying it knowingly, systematically, with full awareness of the consequences, and we tell ourselves stories about progress, about necessity, about not being able to change, but underneath is shadow, the part of ourselves we've rejected, the animal self, the instinctual self, the part that's connected to nature. We split from it. We declared ourselves separate, above, better. We said we were rational, civilized, beyond our animal nature, and we pushed that connection into shadow. We forgot that we are nature, that we're part of the web, that our survival depends on the health of the whole. And now we're acting out that split, destroying what we've rejected in ourselves, killing the wildness we won't acknowledge. It's not logical. It's not rational. It's shadow, collective shadow, operating unconsciously. And the solution, it's the same. Integration, not thinking our way out, not creating better systems while staying unconscious, but reconnecting, reclaiming, reintegrating the parts of ourselves we exiled, the body, the instinct, the animal, the earth, not as something separate from us, but as us, part of us, inseparable from who we are. And when enough people do that, when enough individuals reclaim their connection to nature, to body, to instinct, the collective, behavior changes, not because we forced it, because we transformed it from the inside. Or look at how we relate to suffering, to difficulty, to pain. We avoid it, we numb it, we medicate it. We do everything we can to not feel it, and we've built an entire culture around that avoidance. Entertainment, distraction, substances, anything to not be present with what hurts. But the suffering doesn't go away. It goes into shadow, personal shadow, collective shadow, and it leaks out in addiction, in depression, in violence, in the quiet desperation that so many people carry. We're not healing, we're just avoiding. And the avoidance creates more suffering, not less. But what if we stopped avoiding? What if we turned toward the pain instead of away from it? What if we learned, individually and collectively, to be with difficulty, to metabolize it, to let it transform us instead of destroy us? That's shadow work. That's what Jung was teaching. That's what the world needs. Not more avoidance, more consciousness, more capacity, more willingness to feel what we'd rather not feel. Because pain, when it's integrated, becomes wisdom. Struggle, when it's faced, becomes strength. Darkness, when it's acknowledged, becomes light. But only if we do the work. Only if we stop running. Only if we turn and face what we've been fleeing. Jung saw all of this. He saw where humanity was headed, and he was deeply concerned. He knew that the fate of the world depended on whether enough individuals would wake up, would do their work, would become conscious. He knew that the collective shadow, when left unconscious, would erupt. In war, in genocide, in the systematic destruction of everything we claim to value. He'd seen it happen in Germany. He knew it could happen anywhere. He knew it was happening. Always, everywhere people refused to look at their own darkness, and he devoted his life to trying to wake people up, to show them the urgency, to give them the tools, not because he thought he could save the world, but because he knew that each person who woke up mattered. Each person who did the work contributed. Each person who integrated their shadow made collective integration more possible. And he was right. He is right. The world doesn't need more heroes. It doesn't need saviors. It doesn't need people who think they're going to fix everything. It needs people who are willing to do their own work, to face their own darkness, to integrate their own shadow, because that work, that simple, difficult, sacred work, that's what changes everything. Not policies, not systems, not external solutions, but internal transformation, multiplied by millions, by billions, until the collective consciousness shifts. That's the only way, and it starts with you. So what? Does this mean, practically, in your life? Right now, it means you stop seeing your shadow work as self-indulgent, as navel-gazing, as separate from making a difference. Your shadow work is how you make a difference. It's the most important contribution you can make, because every pattern you break in yourself, you break in the lineage. Every projection you withdraw, you reduce in the collective. Every piece of darkness you integrate, you transform in the field. It ripples out, invisibly, inevitably. Your children won't carry what you've integrated. Your students won't inherit what you've healed. Your community won't be infected by what you've made conscious. And the people around you, they feel it. Even if they can't name it, they feel safer around you, more real, more able to be themselves, because you're not projecting onto them. You're not needing them to carry your shadow. You're not asking them to be what you won't be for yourself. You're whole, and wholeness creates space for others to be whole too. That's not small. That's everything. But it goes even deeper than that. Because when you do shadow work, when you really do it, when you integrate what you've rejected, you change what's possible. For everyone. For the whole human experiment. Jung believed in the evolution of consciousness. He believed that humanity was slowly, painfully, becoming more conscious. Not automatically, not inevitably, but potentially. If enough individuals did the work, each person who integrates contributes to the collective consciousness. Each person who becomes whole makes wholeness more accessible to others. It's like you're creating a pathway, a possibility, a template. You're showing through your being, through your presence, through your life. That integration is possible. That wholeness is real. That transformation happens. And that matters more than you know. Because most people don't believe it's possible. They think they're stuck. They think their patterns are permanent. They think change is for other people, not for them. But when they encounter someone who's done the work, someone who's integrated, someone who's whole, something shifts in them, in what they believe is possible. They think, if they can do it, maybe I can too. If transformation is real for them, maybe it's real for me. And that belief, that shift in what's possible, that's what allows them to begin their own work. You're not just transforming yourself. You're expanding what's possible for everyone around you. That's not grandiose. That's how collective consciousness evolves. Through individuals who go first, who do the work, who'll become living proof that transformation is real. And there's one more thing, one final piece that makes this work so urgent, so necessary, so sacred. The children, the next generation, the ones who are watching us, learning from us, absorbing our patterns. They don't learn from what we say. They learn from what we are, from what we do, from what we embody. And if we're unconscious, if we're projecting, if we're acting out our shadow, they learn that, they inherit that, they repeat that. Generation after generation, the same patterns, the same wounds, the same unconsciousness. But if we do the work, if we integrate, if we become conscious, they learn that instead. They inherit wholeness instead of fragmentation. They start from a different place, a more integrated place, and they have a chance, a real chance, to go further than we did, to integrate deeper, to become more whole. That's how evolution happens. Not in one lifetime, but across lifetimes. Across generations, each generation healing a little more, integrating a little more, becoming a little more conscious, until one day, maybe many generations from now, humanity might actually be whole, conscious, integrated, but only if we do our part, only if we do the work, only if we stop passing down unconsciousness and start passing down integration. That's what's at stake. That's why this matters. That's why your shadow work is not just personal. It's generational. It's evolutionary. It's sacred. So here you are, at the end of this journey, having learned about the shadow, about integration, about what's possible, and you have a choice. The same choice everyone has. The same choice Jung faced. The same choice every conscious person faces. You can go back to sleep. You can pretend you didn't hear this. You can decide it's too hard, too much, too uncomfortable. You can go back to the persona, the mask, the acceptable self. You can keep the basement locked. You can keep running from your shadow. Nobody will blame you. Most people do. Most people live and die having never faced their darkness, having never integrated their shadow, having never become whole. It's the easier path, the more comfortable path, the path of least resistance, but it's also the path of unconsciousness, of fragmentation, of being asleep or ... You can choose differently. You can choose consciousness. You can choose integration. You can choose wholeness. You can turn and face what you've been fleeing. You can dialogue with what you've been rejecting. You can integrate what you've been denying. You can do the work, the hard, sacred, transformative work of becoming whole. Not because it's easy. It's not easy. Not because it's comfortable. It's not comfortable, but because it's real, because it's true, because it's what you came here to do, and because the world needs it, desperately needs it. It's dying for lack of it. The world doesn't need more people pretending to be perfect. It needs people brave enough to be whole, broken open, put back together with their cracks filled with gold, integrated, conscious, real, people who have faced their darkness and brought it into the light, people who have integrated their shadow and become whole, people like you, if you choose it, if you commit to it, if you do the work. Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Not who you think you should be. Not who others want you to be, not the persona you've been performing, but who you truly are, shadow and all, darkness and light, integrated, whole, real. That's the invitation. That's the call. That's what this entire journey has been pointing toward. Not information, transformation, not understanding, embodiment, not knowing about the shadow, integrating it. And now the real work begins. Not in this video, in your life, in your choices, in your daily practice, in the moments when you're triggered and you pause instead of react, in the times when you want to project and you own it instead, in the instances when you want to hide and you show up anyway. That's where integration happens. Not in theory, in practice, not in concept, in living. And it's not easy, but it's possible, and it's worth it. And you can do it, because you're already doing it. You've been doing it, just by being here, just by listening, just by being willing to look at what most people won't see. That takes courage. That takes strength. That takes something rare and precious. and you have it. You've always had it. You just forgot. But now you remember. Now you know. Now you understand. The shadow isn't your enemy, it's you. The part of you that's been waiting. In the darkness, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And the world is waiting too. Waiting for you to be whole. Waiting for you to contribute your integration to the collective healing. Waiting for you to become who you truly are. Not perfect, whole, not healed in some final way, integrated, not without struggle, but conscious in the struggle. That's what's possible. That's what's calling. That's what's waiting on the other side of the shadow. Your life, your real life, your whole life. And it starts now, in this moment, with this choice to turn toward the darkness, to face what you've been fleeing, to integrate what you've been rejecting, to become whole, finally, fully, completely, and in doing so, to change everything for yourself, for your lineage, for the collective, for the world. That's the gift. That's the promise. That's what Jung discovered and spent his life trying to share. And now it's yours. If you want it, if you choose it, if you do the work, the shadow is waiting. Your wholeness is waiting. Your life is waiting. All you have to do is turn around and walk into the darkness and discover it was never darkness at all. It was just you all along, waiting in the shadows, waiting to come home. Remember the mirror from the beginning, the one where only half your face was lit. You've been standing in front of that mirror your whole life, looking at the acceptable half, the side you show the world, the side you thought was all of you, and the other half, pure darkness, invisible, forgotten. But now, something has changed. Not the mirror. You turned. You faced what was in the darkness. You met what you'd been running from, and you discovered something that changes everything. The darkness wasn't empty. It wasn't nothing. It wasn't the absence of you. It was you, the rest of you, the half you forgot, the half you rejected, the half that's been waiting in the shadows your whole life, waiting for this moment, when you'd finally be ready. To see yourself fully, to accept yourself completely, to become whole, the one Jungian concept that transforms how you see yourself. It's not really about the shadow, it's about this. You were never broken. You were always whole. You just forgot how to see in the dark. You believed the lie that wholeness meant having only light, only good, only acceptable parts. But Jung knew better. He knew that wholeness means including everything, the light and the dark, the acceptable and the rejected, the persona and the shadow. All of it, held together, integrated, whole, and the journey you've been on. From that first moment of recognizing your shadow to this moment now, that wasn't about fixing yourself. It was about remembering yourself, reclaiming what you exiled, retrieving what you lost, bringing home what you abandoned, piece by piece, layer by layer, until you're no longer half a person looking in a mirror. You're whole, standing in the light, with your darkness beside you, integrated, conscious, real. And now that you know, the real question isn't whether the shadow exists, It's what you'll do with this knowledge. Will you go back to sleep? Pretend you didn't see? Return to the comfortable illusion that you're only the lit half? Or will you stay awake? Keep looking. Continue the conversation with the parts of yourself you've just begun to meet. Because the shadow is patient. It's been patient your whole life. It can wait longer if needed, but your life won't wait. Your wholeness won't wait. The world that needs you to be integrated. It can't wait forever. Every day you stay fragmented is a day you're not fully alive. Every moment you reject parts of yourself is a moment you're living half a life. And you deserve more than that. You deserve wholeness. You deserve to know yourself fully. You deserve to live from integration instead of from division. Not because it's easy, but because it's true, because it's real, because it's your birthright. Jung spent his entire life mapping this territory, showing us the way, proving that transformation is possible, not through his theories, through his life, through his willingness to descend into his own darkness, through his courage to meet what he found there and what he discovered, what he spent decades trying to communicate, is that the darkness isn't the problem. Unconsciousness is the problem. When you're unconscious of your shadow, it controls you. When you're aware of it, you can work with it. When you integrate it, it becomes your greatest resource. Your creativity, your intuition, your power, your purpose, your capacity to love, all of it locked in the shadow, all of it waiting to be reclaimed. And the key has always been in your hand. You just had to turn it, open the door, walk into the basement, and see what's really there. So this is where we end, but it's also where you begin, because everything you've learned here is just information until you live it. It's just concept until you embody it. It's just theory until you practice it. The real work starts now, in your life, in your choices, in the moment you get triggered and you pause, in the time you want to project and you own it instead, in the instance you feel your shadow rising and you turn to meet it. That's where transformation happens, not in understanding, in doing, not in knowing about. In being with Dot, and you don't have to do it perfectly. You don't have to get it right. You just have to show up again and again and again, noticing, engaging, integrating, becoming Dot, more yourself with each iteration, more whole with each integration, more alive with each piece you bring home, until one day you stand in front of that mirror and you see it, really see it, not half a face, not light and dark separated, but both, together, integrated, whole, and you recognize yourself, finally, fully, completely, not as you thought you should be, but as you actually are, human, flawed, contradictory, complex, beautiful, real, shadow and light, darkness and radiance. All of it, you, all of it integrated, all of it. Whole. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, not who you were told to be, not who seems acceptable, not the version that fits the mold, but you, the real you, the whole you, the you that includes everything you've been hiding. That's what's waiting, that's what's possible, that's what this entire journey has been about. Not the shadow as enemy, but the shadow as invitation to wholeness, to integration, to coming home. And now you know. You can't unknow it. You can't unsee it. You've looked into the darkness, and you've seen what's there. Not a monster, not evil, not something to destroy, but yourself, waiting, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And the question is simple. The question is everything. Will you let it?